fine now. Let me know if it works. Is this my first time? Yeah, probably. It does seem like it. Pilsner-ish, welcome. Pancake King 78. Rosalo, welcome, sir. Intel effects. Hello there. ZL simulation. Sorry about that. Welcome aboard. Vinny. Hey, man. Hey, CL650 pilot. How's everybody over there in your neck of the woods? Full-time streamer. That'd be pretty broke if I tried that, yeah. The sneaky Danish. Torbjorn M. Welcome aboard. And I think that's most everybody. I'm doing well. Thank you, Pancake King. I'm doing well myself. Hopefully you folks can sort of see me moving about or something. Yeah, it does seem something seems to be on there. Actually, so let me actually turn down that volume of the simulator. There we go. That's about good. A little bit more. Perfect stuff. Good stuff. So you can hear me, you can hear the simulator. M9 Aviation. Welcome aboard, sir. How are you? Missed the last stream. What antics did you get up to last time? Your guess is probably as good as mine, because I don't remember yet. Okay. You'll notice there's a new mode here being enunciated called Path. And pretty soon, as soon as these guys sort of equalize, this guy's gonna capture. In fact, let me show you like so. You'll notice there's a thing there. And if we bring this guy up, I mean, there are some paths there and everything. Shenanigans into Marchetti, 15,000 still climbing. Well, the Marchetti is pretty performance, so I would expect it to be able to climb pretty high up. Path, indeed. Now the question is, CL650 pilot, does it appear in this spot here, or does it move over the right or the left? Because I couldn't find any images with this being shown in the armed mode. Anyway, VPath, VLV. Why is it showing VLV now? Okay. Yeah, VLS, VLV. I thought I didn't have this implemented correctly. Did my brain skip a beat? I'll let you know. Thank you. So there we go. Vertical deviation coming down and being equalized. And the aircraft is nicely pitching down. It should be targeting about 3 degrees down. So 2.75, 2.79, 2.8. And it's basically just working to null out this vertical deviation parameter here. If you need any advice on what drinks to store in the fridge in the back, I can advise. John Fly, welcome aboard, sir. Long time no see on stream. Absolutely. We will get your opinion on that. What beverages? Cool. So it's nulled out the vertical deviation here. It's a little bit high, but it'll eventually get down back there. It's designed to be very gentle in its tracking. Oh, there goes the neighborhood. Seems like it's running out of power when it climbing 200 feet. I'm sure leaning would help. It might, but I mean, it's not a turbocharged engine, is it? Airbus driver. CL650 doing. Yes, I hope it is. So what is it I want to test there? Right, I remember. So what I wanted to test here. Ooh, yeah, that's not good. Where is it? So let's see. Boom. Okay, yeah, no, that's not right. I've been trying to implement compensation for the fact that if you change the barrel reference, the thing will jump about. Did I finish the implementation there? I don't remember. Naturally aspirated. That means up at 15,000, you're looking at probably 40%, roughly thereabouts, 40% loss of power. 35 maybe. Yeah, maybe more like 35% to 40%. Somewhere in that region. Loss of power, that means... I mean, thing climbs actually a lot better than that, doesn't it? Then, what did you say? 200 feet a minute. Yeah, that's a little bit low on the power. Even this stuff, it really gives a great look at what's going on behind in the background. Yep. Anyway, let's hop over to full screen mode and try and figure this out. Am I full screen? Yes, I am. Perfect stuff. So there was another piece here that I wanted to quickly test. Right, I actually wanted to change some stuff around here. Leaning gave me an extra 150 feet. Okay, I mean, something. Leaning out for best power. Kind of dumb that you have to do it manually, but yeah, then again, state of old American aviation engines still being sold as new. Kind of a thing I keep harping on about, but yeah, that's just me, I guess. Anyway, cool stuff. Put this over here. Trying to resize windows here on the little side window that I have, or side stuff thingy. Good stuff. Run. Okay, cool. There we go. Perfect. So I had this going in here. We're looking at get VNAV data. Bottom of descent altitude. Altitude constrained. It's called BOD constraint. How about that? That'll do. So VNAV face climb, blah blah blah. If altitude constraint is not null, we'll initialize you to at least have something in there. Just to be absolutely sure. BOD constraint, bottom of descent constraint is there. Okay. I should probably grab a tablet or something so I could draw, because this is probably going to require a bunch of drawing this stream to explain what I'm working on. Good, so if we have this valid, blah, 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 blah. So if we don't have a phase parameter here, we don't have any VNAV. Good stuff. Okay, altitude constrained, bottom of descent. Let's see. Do I make it? Maybe I could do it like this. Otherwise, return false. If we don't have any parameters, or the required parameters, then we simply return false. Else, return false. If is nan BOD alt, return false. Good. This takes care of all of that. Actually, no, that's not right here. So it should be like this. If is nan, rather. Oh, no, I completely bungled that up. If a bus is val, return false, because that means we don't have the parameter, but the caller requested it. If, we able to synthesize bool. Why am I restructuring this for no good reason? Yeah, whatever. If not, a bus is val VNAV phase return false. Get rid of this and that and good stuff. Yeah, close enough. Whatever. We'll deal with it later. a question: how do you learn how to turn aircraft aviation related actions into code from practice? How do I learn that? I don't know. I mean, it's all code, right? It's code that's controlling a system. So I guess it's not all that unusual in some sense. Good. So get VNAV data, get VNAV data, get VNAV data. Okay, that. Altitude and at the constraint. Blah, 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 blah. Vertical mode arm is none. Because that's activating altitude constraint hold. Okay. Imagine how Collins engineers did it and tried to repeat. Yeah, I guess. That's kind of one way to go about it, yeah. Good stuff. So FCC flight director control. Get VNAV. Okay, so what do we want to do in here? So this is the mode change common. So this is for essentially initiating a climb at the bottom of descent. I think. Where do I use this? Here and alt and in the alt holder code and alt v. Nothing else. Right, so an alt and alt v. I take Toto FMS or over a Collins FMS any day. I'm not really sure you'd want to do that, but yeah. So let's see. Is the altitude constraint? Allow mode, VNAV mode change. Okay. Right. So this would be in alt, and this would be in alt v. Why do we? How is this ever supposed to work? Change comment. This is probably going to require some amount of restructuring. Get VNAV data. And we'll want to put the altitude constraint in here, and we don't want anything else. Don't really care for any. These consts are really irrelevant here. Okay, deconstraint. So that needs to go in here. Deconstraint. More reliable, probably. I wouldn't really make that kind of a gamble. Cool. Here we go. So this is for when we're not in the descent phase, and we either don't have a next constraint, or the next constraint is higher up than we are currently holding, and the altitude select is above what we're holding. Then we switch over to flight level change. So this is what we are in flight level change. So this is what arms your automatic climb on a VNAV climb here. Then when we get to the bottom of climb marker, so this is what comes out of the FMS into the flight control computer. Then we are actually allowed to initiate flight level change. Boom. Otherwise, we disarm any armed modes, and that's all good here. Good, so that kind of works. Actually, I wanted to do one more thing. Get VNAV. So get VNAV data. Right, so this is to update the flight director target on the alt V mode. So in alt V, we're basically holding a VNAV constraint. So I'm going to rename you to get alt data. This is going to grab alt constraint, and it's going to do null over here. Okay, so if we're not in VNAV mode anymore, or we have lost the constraint, or altitude select and altitude is higher, or rather, it should be the alt target. No, this is going to be the alt target. Alt target. So if the altitude target is changed from whatever we were trying to hold, then we switch over to the alt mode and do nothing else. and we return. Otherwise, we allow for the mode changes as required. We're in a sub mode for capture. Okay, all that's good here. So finally, what was it that I actually wanted to change over here? Right, here we go. So this is what I wanted to go and do here. So altitude constraint, bottom of descent constraint, BOD constraint. Okay, so update altitude capture. This is the part that given a, here's the trick. Do I have my tablet handy here? I don't. Stand by, I'm gonna grab my little tablet thing here, and I'm gonna draw. It's gonna be fascinating. Found it. Let me just disentangle these USB cables. And with any luck, I didn't break too much stuff. Good stuff. That in the USB thing there. Hopefully we didn't implode. Do I have a functioning cursor? Yes, I do. Perfect stuff. So here's a bit of a trick. What LB? This val altitude constraint. Oh, right. I got this. Okay, so I need to actually change a different mode there as well. Draw some pictures. Means that the maximum altitude you can get to really get is 18,000 feet. That's the 10K to get there in any amount of time. Hey, Castrator, how are you doing? That's the flight sim stream I love to see. Yeah, it's the one where there's almost no flight simming and a whole heck of a lot of drawing pictures. That's a slightly too large a cursor for me, but that's even bigger. Let's make you like 3 pixels. Perfect. I mean, less than 100 feet a minute. Yeah, I'd call that very much the end of your climb. Get rid of this. Okay, so here's the thing. When you're doing a descent, it gets a little bit tricky. Because on descents, so we'll draw a little airplane here. Perfect, eh? Yeah, a couple little engines. Well, that was one engine, more or less. Actually, we have like that. Perfect stuff. Yeah, there's a dude in here holding the steering wheel. Need to hire Amy to make drawings for you. I'm good. I'm good. Don't worry about this. I got this. Gotta ask for a block clearance. Right. So here's the trick. When you have multiple fixes along the way, so we'll call, we'll call this guy fix A, fix B, whatever, fix C, right? And for each of these, you have a bunch of constraints. So let's say we have a constraint here for at or above, and yeah, we'll make this one a exact constraint. So like so, and whatever. And so what we do is we construct essentially a kind of path that looks, I don't know, something like that. Here's the trick though. When you're passing through, well, when you're on this part of the descent, right, so you're coming down, the aircraft should show you what the actual altitude constraint value is. So it will show that over here on the PFD in the magenta thing. Now, what it should in that case show, it should show the nearest constraint. So this is your constraint. But the problem is if we keep the actual level off arms, so we are driving down here with alt V, so altitude VNAV capture armed, so we'll arm this. The thing is that the flight control computer will see this as a hard floor, right? So it'll see this as the final point, and as you're driving down, it doesn't know that as soon as it passes this point here, that constraint immediately goes away. So it will think, since the flight control computer is designed to run essentially to always make sure that its transitions are smooth, what it will try to do is as soon as it gets to, like, I don't know, within like 200 feet or whatever, not quite, it'll depend on closure rate and everything. it would try to do a level off. So it would do something like that. And if it does a level off, it would basically climb high here. So it would probably be like 100 feet high at this point. And then it would see that, oops, now it's dropped down. So it would probably start another descent. You just end up with these nasty bumps along the way. So we don't want that. But we still want to show this constraint here. So what I do is I pass basically two values from the flight management computer. The FMC sends out two values. It sends out the constraint value, which is essentially the nearest visual constraint for the pilot. And on descents, it sends a BOD, or bottom of descent constraint, or essentially where it would actually stop descending. So what the flight control computer will then see, okay, I'm within, you know, some very narrow allowable point of the path. I can be, you know, within, I think right now I have it set to 50 feet. I'll expand this to, I'm within 70 feet of the path, 70 feet or higher. So basically I'm within this region here, the upper portion of the path. So that means even though there's a constraint coming up, I'm allowed to drive through the thing smoothly without stopping or without doing a level off, as long as the bottom of descent is that one's actually my target. That one's actually where I'm going to stop. But if we are for some reason low, for, you know, whatever reason, we come down here, you might go to vertical speed, flight level change, switch colors, light level change or whatever, then we actually do still want to stop here, and then we'll continue the descent once that constraint is clear. When you say CHT issues, okay, cool. So that's the Marchetti stuff. And so we want to pretend that what this does is it controls which mode is going to be armed. Right, I know. Okay, so it basically is controlling which mode is going to be armed. Now, we'll simulate that we're going to behave as if you had armed to climb the alt B mode, the intercept for the intermediate constraint. We're going to pretend that you've armed that. But for the altitude capture criteria, altitude constraint, right, and for over here, and here we go to blah, blah, blah. We are in phase descent. Vertical deviation is greater than, actually, so we want to go like that. Vertical deviation is greater than 70 feet low. Something like that. It should probably be more like 80 feet or low. Something basically that you're not too far off the constraint there. But there's got to be a bit of wiggle room. It can't be zero, because that would be just too much on the edge there, because we frequently dip down below that constraint altitude from time to time. Cool. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so bottom of descent, path bottom of descent altitude. Otherwise, we go to the constraint altitude. Cool stuff. Okay, and here, what do we want to grab? We'll look at the constraint to arm the mode, but to actually trigger the capture, I'm gonna go and use the bottom of descent constraint. Now that is going to be, well, I'm not going to call this bottom of descent. We're going to call this capture constraint. Right, that'll be better. That'll be more clear about what it is we're looking for. So bottom of descent, or I'm going to call you capture constraint. And if the cap constraint is not null, then if we are above the vertical path and we are in descent phase, it would actually be first, because we might be conceivably we're not at all in the descent phase, and there's absolutely no point in looking at this. Or if we're more than 80 feet above the path, and we have a bottom of descent marker, and it is lower than the altitude constraint. Now, this actually needs to go another line. In that case, we'll go, and the capture constraint is going to be our bottom of descent. Otherwise, the capture constraint is the altitude constraint. So this will take care for all the other cases for climb and whatever, whatever other case there might be. Instead of bottom of descent, we're going to call you cap constraint stuff, and cap constraint So A bus is val and A bus is val capture constraint and. Good stuff. And okay, and for this is for the selected case if that one's closer to your altitude. And we're calling you capture constraint. Okay, so what are you unhappy about? Of course, you're going to be unhappy about something. 57, line 57, cap constraint. Just going to use a single execution here. 61, capture constraint. DSTR. Cool. FD. Controller 653. Right, that needs to be another line there. Altitude constraints. So VNAV change common. Yeah, sure, that will do. FCC modes. Modes 965. Capture constraint. Oh, right, that needs to be renamed into get VNAV data. Okay, and I'm just using this as an abbreviation. Yeah, it's kind of dumb. Altitude corrected. Oh, no, I'm probably using this over here as well. Ah, whatever, we'll just grab it. VNAV data. And for the case where we do have VNAV data, so I'm going to make you part of the condition here. We do have VNAV data and we do have all the other items that we need. Rock and roll. Let's see. Where are you? There you are. Reload as the simulator. Cool. But since I just reloaded the simulator, it's going to be a little bit unhappy. I'm going to piss it off even more. So I'm going to go like this. I'm going to pull the airplane sort of backwards. Let the thing stabilize. Altitude hold. LNAV. Actually, I'm going to go direct matcoup, enter. And it does need this. And then it does need this. Cool. So we're 2,000 feet below the path, which is expected. I'm not going to draw another top of descent marker here because the top of descent marker is already behind us, so that is not going to happen. The heading momentarily freak out. That's because I dragged the airplane about. What happens with the arrows and stuff when you slew the plane? Where you just saw that. You saw what happens. So I have to realign the IRS using a little shortcut key. Okay, so what is it that we wanted to test here? We wanted to test that. Okay, I got it. So our path mode, our constraint here is that one and that one. Cool. Make you capture. Go on. There we go, capture. And I want to make sure that this stays showing Alt V until this reaches 3000, at which point it will show Alt S. That's correct. Otherwise it'll show Alt V. Good stuff. And what target are you using for the intercept here? For the intercept test, break, FCC modes 973. Swap over this. Open full screen, yes I am. So pause and unpause. Capture constraint is 914. Altitude constraint is 914. What the hell? That's not right. So what's the VNAV path BOD? I don't have that in here, but I can. Break FCC VNAV.h 58, continue. Okay, VNAV path BOD. Bottom of descent is that thing. Good. All right, I unpause the simulator here. Occasionally freaks out. Good stuff. So we are in descent phase. We actually might not be. Oh, right, we're outside of the vertical deviation limit. VNAV, VNV, VDAV. Right, so that's why I didn't do that. Cool. So we'll wait until we are within 70 feet or however many feet. I said 80 feet over here. Good. And now, what are you using for the path constraint or capture constraint? So you are now this, and path BOD is that. So I'm gonna unpause here. I want to come down here. FCC modes 973. Good. And capture constraint is lower than the altitude constraint, yeah, which is the higher one. Cool. So it's working as expected. We're within 80 feet of the vertical deviation, so we are allowed to essentially drive straight through that constraint there at 3,000. So even if I said we have, let's say, we want to drive down to meet this guy here at 5,500. We should be allowed to drive straight through that constraint there. Just to check here. And so the altitude constraint correctly says, yeah, 5,500, that's 1,676 meters. And the capture constraint is the lower one. Good stuff. Cool. So as we come closer, now we'll be, it'll sequence the waypoint a little bit before it gets to that MADCU thing, which is pretty much what we would expect. If I zoom in, we'll be able to see that. It'll sequence before that, but it will actually do a blend of the altitude. It'll do a blend of the altitude or the vertical paths as it is sequencing through the turn there to make sure that we don't get a sudden jump of the vertical deviation parameters here. Actually, they are computed independently by each of the flight management computers, so they might actually come up with slightly different solutions based on, position and everything. But they are, once this guy sequences, he sends his blend parameters over to the other flight management computers so that they all come up with the same solution, or close enough anyway. And then I'm gonna figure out why the thing doesn't want to. That was just me playing around with the IRSs there momentarily, so that's why that message flashed up there. But yeah, we are on path here. That's what that little star symbol here means on the heads-up display and on the PFD. That diamond that's running around there, that's the low nav to nav capture or nav to nav transfer function, where it starts to show your localizer or the glide slope and the localizer signal, since we are preset for an ILS approach. I can show you how that works once we make this turn in here. Actually, I'm going to start slowing down if I actually want to make this into something resembling some sort of a reasonable turn. Good stuff. And Pasta Lucci, thanks for following. I didn't see you there. Apologies for that. I'm going to show here our vertical or flight path vector coming up to MADCU, sequence in less than 10 seconds. And sequence has started, and you'll see that these parameters, they're not going to jump up and down crazily. Well, there's a little bit of a deviation because of the fact that we're going through the turn. But there is something wrong here. We should have been much lower. We should have been at 5,500 here at MADCU. We might actually still be. We're only required to pass 5,500 as we're coming through the turn bisector, which is about there. It's just about on the nose of the aircraft symbol. Now we're pretty much right on the money as we're coming through the turn bisector, 5,500 feet, right there on the money. Hey, Trachamus, does that message get suppressed? Is the vertical deviation going to keep reporting high-low by 1 foot? Yes. Well, I mean, this is the progress page, so yeah, that's what it's for. You're supposed, if you're presumably interested in that, that's where you've got the page up there. Cool. Not too much deviation within 50 feet of the vertical deviation as we're going through a pretty extreme turn there, a 90-degree turn. That's already pretty hard for the thing to do anyway. We should start slowing down here because we're coming in way too hot. Now a little bit low because I'm starting to slow down. Cool. So flaps 30 for flaps 20, and to arm the nav to nav transfer system, I'm going to show you, well, it's essentially you just push approach here on the glare shield and you'll see, you come here, it'll give you the ghosted localizer display. That's what the blue dashed line means. That means that we've got approach localizer 1 armed, glide slope armed. There's some more stuff that I need to look in there. So start coming down on the speed, 180. And starting to turn. Coming down now nicely on VPath. It should not drop out of VPath when it goes to the localizer guidance. It will right now because of a bug there. So that's another thing I'll fix. 45 feet high. So that's the FMS path. This is the localizer signal. And as the localizer signal starts coming in, it will swap over to localizer guidance. You'll see that by these needles turning green. And I'm going to bring down our constraint here. Not showing the final constraint here for the final approach fix. There it's coming in. Switched over to localizer. Still on VPath. And it should reel in that... Well, it didn't reel in the glide slope. Oh, interesting. Okay, there we go. I'm going to check why I didn't do that. It should have. Anyway, yeah, so now you would set your go-around altitudes and all that kind of good stuff. So those mode transitions are still a little bit on the iffy side, but good thing is we are on path. So we are coming in, centering on the localizer. We're on path vertically. It's an offset localizer, so the runway is actually going to be slightly off to the left here, or turning to the left. But nav to nav transfer is complete on both sides. And that's a fairly complicated tango between all the avionics systems to make sure that you can actually get all of that done correctly. And funny story is I've put in a little debug helper here on this key here, which apparently doesn't show anything. If you mash it a couple times, it'll bring up a little invisible debug menu, and we can actually watch the system happen, or the systems, how they're actually doing that nav to nav transfer and all that, and even VNAV, some VNAV internal parameters that are not normally shown. So you'd see things like deceleration distances, constraint targets, all that good stuff. Cool. So I'm gonna come out of the approach here, bring the power back up to 250 knots. Speed is coming up, so flaps are coming up. And let's come to like 6,000. Centered on the heading here. Now normally we'd now be in lateral navigation inhibit mode. So if I switch over here, we're still inhibited. You'll notice that the runway now has a little dashed line coming out of it. That basically means that it's not going to sequence to the next leg because it's detected that, okay, we're on the final approach fix to the runway. You presumably don't want to do that. If I mash the go around button here, it would actually automatically sequence, or rather uninhibit the sequencing, or in this case I can just go manual sequence, and that'll be that. And there we go. We could just go LNAV I'm going to bring the altitude limiter here, selector down to 4,000. Altitude select capture. Just back in time to see the debug menu shortcut. Yeah. Okay. Capture is in progress. And then it'll enter a hold there in the missed approach. So now we're in the missed approach here. I could probably have turned on all kinds of lights and everything, but I don't care at this point. Cool, 4,000 altitude select LNAV. And we'll be slowing down actually into the hold here because right now we're kind of screaming in way too fast. So it's currently, the hold shape is calculated for a max of 200 knots. I can swap that over to ICAO limits, which will make it 230 knots. You see that as soon as I swap that over, it changed shape. But it will only do that before we're inside of the hold. Once we're in the hold, it'll only recompute the hold speed and shape once we're passing over the hold fix. We know that it's going to be a parallel entry and all that good stuff. So this actually gets baked in ahead of time. It doesn't get changed. You can change it if you change the direction of the hold, but it will not let you change the inbound course once you're established in there. So for example, here would be a teardrop. Nav-to-nav transfer thing into 2 different needles and diamonds. Yeah, it's designed to be smart. If, for instance, I could make it into a teardrop entry. It even knows these things: quadrant and radial. And now I should actually be slowing down here because I'm coming in too fast, so I'd basically not be able to make the hold speeds. And so I'm going to slow down here. We're on the way. How are we on the way? We're almost full fuel, so that's why we didn't want to... I was wondering why the thing didn't really want to slow down. Now I know why. Cool. So here we are. We're at hold speeds. If we were coming in too fast, it would actually start screaming at us. My doctor told me that I need to hear the noise of the engine. It's just turned off, still hot, cooling down. You'll hear him, don't worry. So, passed over the hold fix. So now it's going to start the teardrop entry. It's going to swing out to about there-ish. Then it'll do a nice turn back. Butteration, welcome. Cool. So there's a teardrop, and it'll, once it gets to about here, it'll do a nice little turn back, and it should establish itself exactly on the inbound path. Well then, you're a pro lurker. That's good stuff. Can't remember, does this thing have VNAV speeds? Yes. Automatically wind the speed back down. Yes, it will. Or does the pilot have to do all that manually? So we do have, so I'm going to re-engage VNAV mode here. If I want to go to FMS speed control, come here and push this. So the speed bug turns magenta, or using any of X-Plane's logic. Oh, this has nothing to do with X-Plane castrator. The only thing we're using out of X-Plane is essentially the aerodynamics. Does it have wing flex? Not at this time, but it will. Captain Kitten. Yeah, castrator, this thing doesn't use X-Planes in essentially anything. X-Plane doesn't even know that we have anything. It has no notion of what our electrical status is, hydraulics. We literally just override everything. I mean, how could I implement an entire electrical system like this inside of X-Plane? Display fan is consuming about 3 watts. Main battery charger. Nothing, it's just trickle charging at this point. Cool. Throwing off the prawns again. Yes, sir. So yeah, you can see it started a nice turn back in. It doesn't have to sit within this boundary. That's not how holds work, in case anybody's interested, or in case anybody was curious. It doesn't have to do that. All it has to do is stay on the protected side of the hold and maneuver in such a way that it can actually do a nice little re-intercept. So if I switch this over to this kind of a display, you'll see that it'll return back inbound. I'm going to switch this guy over to pause map. There we go. As we turn back inbound, we should pretty much sit exactly on the line there. Actually, Magnus from Threshold. Ah, gotta pop by. Ah, cool. Well then, welcome. Cool, so there we are. Coming nicely established on the inbound turn there. Or the inbound course, I guess. Anyway, I mean, the VNAV system, the VNAV speed system is capable of essentially controlling speed through most phases of flight, but it might, it doesn't understand things like I want to be, flying slower or faster. So it's not a complete, it doesn't think too hard for you. It basically tries to hit certain gates. It will try and go and hit your, obviously it'll keep the speed, the climb and descent speed limits. It will do speed limits on legs, and it'll also slow down to, I'm trying to remember, I think 180 knots at the final approach fix, which is pretty fast on final approach fix. So it's basically sort of set up in such a way such as the uppermost boundary of what reasonably you might want to be doing on that kind of a portion of the flight plan. And you can, of course, anytime you want, you can override it just by rolling the speed wherever you want it to be, and that basically takes control away from the flight management computers. If I change this now, this goes back to resume. Ah, a little bit too fast there. But yeah, I like that. And it'll just sit here in the hold, do an eternal lapse, and you can see it's basically, and it also does things like wind compensation and that kind of good stuff. Will the VNAV path for descents account for the slowdown? Yes, it will. The funny story, Pancake King, I can actually show that. We're gonna go and I don't know, let's go like that away. For heading mode, go to like, I don't know, 20k. Disable VNAV here. We don't want VNAV in this case. We just want to go. And thanks for follow. I vote up HR. So for example, now that we're still in the missed approach, the VNAV speed system doesn't really understand it. It thinks that we want to sit in the hold. It's getting a little bit pissed off here. But what I can do is I can do and reselect my arrival and approach. I'm gonna go to the legs. So it still thinks it's still trying to keep us in that hold. I'm gonna go to like 20k. Right now I've got manual speed control. I'm gonna show you how it behaves with all automatic. Actually, I'm going to try to remove a little bit of fuel here because we've got too much fuel on board. You really wouldn't be landing at this kind of a weight with 4,000 pounds either side. That's like 4 hours worth of flight time. So you'd get like it wouldn't really want to decelerate too well on the descent there. Like 280, sure. Latest the engine started accelerating. Yes, check speed, I know. Like I said, it's a little bit pissed off because we have just blasted out of the hold here that I thought we were going to be in. Let's have a look at my garbage pile of fixes today. Not too many in there right now, just 3. Bunch of discontinuities. It also does vertical direct too. Also can do that. Oh, we got some discontinuity in the flight plan there, so I'm going to drag you over yonder. Execute. Good stuff. Having a cold beer in front of me in the middle of summer, not being able to, that's because I'm being tied up. I can no longer bear this torture. It's not quite done yet, so it will not be very enjoyable. Soon, TM. Exactly. I'm gonna navigate, I don't know, something like this over here. And I'm also gonna enter a new VNAV setup, or we can actually do it from Perfinit. And we're gonna go to flight level 200, and you'll see that the top of descent here gonna appear at another point. It's recomputed a new top of descent marker. Now, normally one of the sort of failings, I guess, of the of this Boeing / Honeywell / Collins style FMS is that if you have a manual constraints coded in there, it's not actually going to show you what the predicted path crossing altitude is. So in this case, if I want to look at it, I have to temporarily delete that to be able to see it. Now, one of the tricks here is that this system does not do performance-based VNAVs, so it does not understand things like I'm at this weight, this is the kind of winds that we're going to have. Rather, it is a geometric type of VNAV, which is to say, you'll see over here that it predicts angles, right? And that's essentially how the system works. It predicts a constant vertical path angle from, whatever target it's trying to hit, and it basically constructs a path backwards, figure out which altitude you're going to cross. It doesn't understand things like constraints. So let's say if we wanted to cross, let's see, which ones, we're going to try and do a slightly shallower one here. I don't know, Matt, you plan on hitting at 5266. But what if we try to cross this guy at 4,000? That will give us a more shallow descent. You'll see 1.53 degrees between MATQ and OGTAG. It's actually, it's shifted our top of descent a little bit back. Hey Maui X, you're welcome, or VMaui X. We're kind of pushing good at this point. So let's head back over here. Right now it's, what sort of speed would you be trying to hit there, Mr. Autopilot? Right, so it still thinks that we're, right, so we're still in that hold. I'm going to do this, and if I execute this change, you'll notice now it says resume plan speed 300 knots because we got to re-enable VNAV, resume. Now we'll turn magenta, so now lots of familiar faces here. Yes, sir. So now we have essentially fully VNAV control. So right now it thinks that we're in the VNAV cruise phase. So it's basically targeting this 300 or Mach 0.80, whichever is lower. On descent, we can go, I don't know, we can just do 300 and / Mach 0.80. Hey, Sparker in VR, welcome. Or we could do something different. I don't know, we could do like 0.78, 0.78, 280 or something like that. I don't know. There's a bunch of things we could do. So let's try and turn in. I'm going to arm LNAV here. We're tuning to your C152 antics. Sure. Cool. Descent info, I gotta implement that page. Yeah, I gotta pull in my sensed fuel here because I've kind of been messing about with the thing. Cool, LNAV has captured. we're probably going to overshoot a little bit because the turn radii here at this kind of an altitude are pretty large and this kind of a high speed. So, are we actually close enough to get a VNAV? Yes, we are. I'm going to show you another thing. So there's a narrowing window where the vertical deviation system is not going to give us a vertical deviation for a too far cross track. Okay, so we're now limited to 9.3 nautical miles cross track or 75 degrees of cross track or angle before it'll actually give a VNAV solution or vertical deviation. Cool stuff. Can you all hear me good? Was the airplane not too loud or too quiet or whatever? Just gonna bring up a little pop-up version of the autopilot here. Yeah, my classic problem is I've got so many pop-ups going on at the same time. Good stuff. And we're overshot pretty bad. Actually going to go back into heading select because that lets me go to 30 degrees of bank angle. Normally the LNAV system is limited to 25 degrees, so this will actually tighten up the turn a little bit. We might need an ad block for these pop-ups. Yeah, hopefully not. We don't plan on shoving ads in there. More pop-ups than some shady websites. Good stuff. LNAV arm. And we'll try and round out here. This is heading above target, and it's already started the LNAV intercept. This little circle in here, that's your... Just made pretty much the same joke, yeah. This little circle in here, that's the way that the heads-up display just shows your flight director. So on the HUD, it's the flight path vector here that is actually your primary steering target, I guess, or steering method, rather than the nose indicator. Good stuff. So, we're coming up on top of descent, but we are still in altitude select hold mode, so Alt S. In order to allow it to descend, I gotta switch over to roll down the altitude select target. And there we go, VPath has captured. And you'll see, hey, reflected reality sim, welcome back. So now it's gone over into the descent speed limit, so 280 knots or Mach 0.78. Now stress testing, get CL650 plus assertion after experience, only $8.99 a month. There we go, it's nulling out the vertical constraint or vertical deviation, and it does that by way of course, what else? A pit controller. So this is the pit controller that it's using, or I guess a visualization of what it's doing there. So your red one is the proportional, it's a PD controller really. Does the Collins FMS have time constraint? No, it doesn't. At least I don't think it is. It does. Cool. So, I'm going to roll you down. So let's roll this down all the way to our final altitude here. Once we're within 30 nautical miles, it should start the nav to nav transfer, or rather it should prepare for it. It'll go into, if I go right now into debug nav to nav, right now it says not on approach. I might need to re-enter it. I gotta check why. ILS10. Nav to nav. Okay, so it's now identified it. I gotta check why it keeps deleting that or ignoring it. discrete anyway. Cool, so let's start looking at our VNAV debug page here. You'll notice that right now, this is the D-alt IAS multiplier. So that's essentially how it's determining when it should start decelerating. So right now, the IAS value here, that is its maximum allowable speed at this altitude above the constraint. So the constrained altitude is 5,000 feet below us approximately. There's a little bit of a lead there, about 800 feet. Is about 5,000 feet below us, and so within that it'll actually slowly iterate the speed down, and you'll see the speed target here. It's going to start coming slowly back. It'll also pull the thrust levers obviously back because I have speed mode engaged and the auto throttle. If you didn't have auto throttle, you'd manually have to pull the speed power back. So it's a constant angle descent. Basically just aims at whatever the target path is right here. It's basically trying to drive down the path, and whenever I think it's getting close enough to where it needs to start slowing down, it'll basically just pull the power out and YOLO it in, hopefully being able to slow down. We might not actually be able to slow down because I'm fairly heavy. I've got a lot of fuel on board, way more than you normally want. So actually what I'm going to do here, I'm going to manually adjust my fuel load down, because I'll just reloaded the plane with the default fuel load because I didn't really care all that much. So I'm gonna go in and manually set in like 900 kilograms here and 900 kilograms in the other tank. It should give us a little bit more of a capability. What do you mean jump around like that? Well, it just changed the weight of the aircraft by about 2 tons. So where is it jumping about? There? Is 1 foot? Okay, there we go. So it's starting to slow down. 278, 277. So it's slowly starting to bring the speed back, and at the same time, the auto throttle is going to start pulling the power out to follow that deceleration. Hopefully, we'll be able to hit that 250 knot constraint at 10,000. Victor Tango Mike, welcome. Is going low 1 foot to high 1 foot. Is 1 foot so? 1 foot. When you're going, we're going half the speed of sound. Is 1 foot difference is you know, that much really such a problem if it's sort of unsure. This is analog stuff, man. You'd be lucky to be within 10 feet of the target. Okay, I'm gonna turn here. So we're now on the arrival, so it's gonna do fairly sharp turns. Normally en route it would do this turn much more shallow. We'll see here it does. Well, it's just about in line with it, but hopefully you can do better than that. Yeah, I know, right? To give you a sense of accuracy, you want to see how much accuracy the position system has. These are inertial systems right now, and this is after maybe me flying for a half hour. So they're drifted off this far away from the airplane's position. The airplane position right now, it thinks it's somewhere about there-ish, but again, this is not, you know, there's always some. Oh, there we go, just past 10,000, 250 knots. There we go, so we just about hit it. And starting to bring the power back up. I mean, this vertical deviation scale here is 500 feet either direction. As long as you're within that, you're doing well. This is not a very super high accuracy kind of a deal with anything with aircraft. If you knew just how inaccurate real avionics are, you'd marvel that we still fly the damn things, and we rely on them. And you can see the cross-track limit here is slowly pulling in. So what this tells you is when the system or the lateral deviation limits that it is allowed to have before it'll stop giving basically it'll enunciate no V-path cross-track error. So as we are progressing down, it's a very big sky. Yes, exactly. As we're progressing in closer and closer on the star, it's slowly iteratively bringing in that cross-track limit from 10 miles at the start of the star. En route it is 10 miles. At the start of the star is 10 miles, and slowly bringing it down into 1 mile. Cool. So here we are, 7 miles. So I'm going to start bringing the speed back. We're just about to beam the runway there. So, our runway's right around there. I'm going to start bringing the speed back to 210. So I've basically now taken over manual speed control. There we go. One foot deviation. You can see just how much noise there is at this in the pit controller. So this is just the fact that all the systems are running asynchronously from each other. So the FMCs are each independently executing from the flight management computer. All of that stuff there is happening independently of each other. Okay, so we've got you'll see that now it's tuned in the localizer and we already got a deviation bar. So we could at any point now push approach and it'll go into that. And actually, I think I had a constraint here, didn't I? 4,000 at Matku. Well, let's check. So we're now at 5,500, got about 4.5 miles to go. It is, that doesn't mean that we're going to always hit 4,000 as we overfly Matku. We're not going to overfly Matku. It is designed such that you hit 4,000 as you pass in through the turn bisector here. So just as we're about there-ish somewhere, we should about hit the, hit 4,000 feet, give or take. There's going to be a shallow segment after that. 2.7, less than 10 seconds to turn. Starting the turn, 4,700 feet. A little bit high. That's going to fix itself though as we're coming through the turn here. 4,200. 4,100. And just as we're through the bisector here, 4,000 feet. I would challenge you to steer more accurately like this by hand. You're probably not going to be able to do that, I can tell you that much. Okay, next constraint is, or next path here is 1.5 degrees down only, not 3 degrees. So you'll see that the thing now shallows out the descent. It's going to start pouring on a bunch of power. A little bit 50 feet low, so come on. Pull the nose up. $50 feet, honestly, though, within vertical steering is normal to have a 50-foot variance as you're coming through turns and that kind of stuff. So there we go. It's pulling it back in. We can now start slowing down even more. Come back to 180. Select flaps 20. And as I select the flaps, it actually is going to push us up a little bit here, so the autopilot automatically compensates. So we'll arm approach. "10 feet high." Here's the glide slope, the blue diamond there. At this point, we're still in VNAV, so we have to have the altitude selector down below our actual altitude here. Okay, about to sequence through OGTAG, minimum 2,500 feet at OGTAG. We're going to be above that, I can already tell. And now it's doing a blend of the two paths. So the path out of the final approach fix and the path into OGTAG, it basically does a blend. So it does like a turn from one to the other without too much vertical jumpiness in the deviation here. We don't want to have that. Okay. V path. And I got a rearm approach here. Light slope. So we have transferred over to conventional navigation at this point, and we could start, you know, doing our regular stuff. So probably come down to 160. Select gear down. Lights on. You do things like the APU stuff when you're in range and that kind of good stuff. I'm just gonna sort of yellow it in. We can, though, since we do have a valid performance, we can go to the approach references, and we'll go ahead and send our computed V speeds here. So it's set the speed bugs for us now. Okay, well, that is actually looking good. Turn on, arm the reversers. I wasn't driving with the transponder on there. Cancel this, cancel that, set your go around altitude and that kind of good stuff. Select flaps 30. Sand patch, welcome. And I could turn on the synthetic vision system here. Or I could just drive based on the heads-up display here. Flaps 45, speed coming back down to, what was it? Was our ref speed here? 127, so I'm going to select like 137 for final approach speeds. You'll notice that as we get in the landing config, the HSI rows here has disappeared from the heads-up display. That's basically an automatic declutter. Since we're in landing config, it doesn't need that anymore. And we can come back down a little bit more on the speed here. Yeah, maybe about 5 knots higher, 5 knots above the ref speed. You'll notice it gives us a index here for the runway for the glide path as well, so 2.5 degrees down. So I'm gonna disconnect the autopilot, and at this point I could do things like kill that. At this point, also gonna go to manual thrust control. At this point, all I gotta do is basically line up the touchdown zone with the marker there, with the 2.5 degree marker, and just drive at it. Classic case of, you know, drive like you've got a heads-up display. Just line stuff up, and that's it. Actually, nothing more complicated than that. Again, it was an offset localizer there, so that's why it wasn't quite aligned with the runway. Otherwise, we'd be bang on the runway pretty much. So there we go. 2 reds, 2 whites. How about that? Yeah, a little bit low. I'm going to start reducing power now. There's the flare cue. ATS shouldn't have gone through a self-test there. Or whatever. Did I put on brakes? No, I didn't. Yeah, I gotta check why it went into self-test. It shouldn't have. And we can stow the brakes here. As well. You'll notice this is now with, we retract the flaps here as well. You'll notice it doesn't really want to slow down anymore. So this is just the effect of idle thrust. It's just pushing us along at 40 knots. Yes, the airplane does have a fair amount of idle thrust. Yes, the reversers are animated. I can't show you because I've got a new external model and I haven't yet been cleared by Goran to show it off. But I can show you the debug system view. I'll actually stop here before we run out of runway. So if I do this. Yeah, I can't show you because I haven't been given permission by Goran to show it off yet. Now this fail enunciation on the ATS, that is actually explainable because we just went below 40 knots, so the thing, the FMCs deselected their performance limits. So they don't have any thrust limit right now, and since the ATS has lost any thrust limit, info basically enunciates this as a failure, or a sensor input failure. Yeah, the debug list gets longer and longer every time. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, here's the thrust reverser system. That's full reverse. And it does also work for, so there's an interlock, which is also simulated. When the thrust reverser is in transit, it won't actually let you pull the levers all the way. So if I just pull the levers here, I'm gonna hold my full reverse key. If I just hold that up, it won't actually let me go until the reversers are fully deployed. And this is now the slowdown after slamming down. You can actually slam them down. You can actually stow them anytime or immediately if you wanted to. The reason why it's holding it there and then is a little feature I've built into the hold full reverse function, because I know a lot of people just have that one function where they'll hold full reverse and then immediately slam the reversers down, which would normally give you a truckload of forward thrust. So if I went to something like, I don't know, full reverse, watch the thrust value here by going immediately stow the reversers as the engines are still at high power. Give me a push of 12 kilonewtons forward. That's like a third of max forward thrust. Yes, you can also use it to regulate taxi speed if you really want. Although some will say it's not a very good practice to do, but some operators I've heard do it regularly and it's not a big deal. And yeah, as soon as I let go of the brakes here, so this is brakes on, as soon as I let go of the brakes, the airplane starts to roll. Go fan map. That's this. You haven't seen this? You ever seen a compressor map? That's what this is. It's basically showing you the, if I accelerate the engines here, you'll be able to see. It's a little bit unhappy there. So this is the compressor map is a diagram of the performance of a gas compressor, more specifically a continuous flow compressor. So in this case, the fan. There's also a high pressure compressor map, which is for the high pressure stages. There's a different shape and everything. And you can watch them both together if you want to. Also our fuel control map. This is the thing that prevents the engine from stalling or going into, well, not stalling, from going into compressor surge. That's why I kind of am annoyed when some add-ons try and pretend like that's a realistic thing that happens. It doesn't. So let's say I'm going to do a slam acceleration test here. I think like 0.737 is going to give me full power. That was just accelerated to full power on the engine, on the left engine specifically. Now slam deceleration. So if you watch this lever here, it'll go back about as fast as you can actually pull it in real life. And the thing that prevents your engine from either surging or flaming out is this thing, well, the fuel control system in the engine keeps the engine within this narrow band of operating parameters, which is a ratio of fuel flow to compressor discharge pressure. So there's a static or pressure probe here at the end of the compressor, and then there's a fuel flow meter, obviously, and so it's trying to hit this kind of a narrow band there to avoid either when it gets too far up here, that's what's called the surge region. It's up here. If you push the compressors way too far, you can actually get a compressor stall. If you pull the engine way too low, below then this blue region here, you're going to get a flame out. So slam deceleration. So the fuel control unit is smart enough not to allow you to overfuel the engine when the engine is not running sufficiently fast. And in this case, watch the fuel flow here, or you can watch it over on this here debug screen. And if you want it in kilograms per hour, I don't know. So slam deceleration again. So yeah, and aircraft engines are tested for this, so you will not, at least I don't think these days you could find an engine that's on a transport category aircraft that didn't go through this. There are old military engines that might have bad behaviors, but as far as I know, even engines as far old as the J79 on the F4 Phantom already had this kind of a system built. Probably second generation turbine engines already had this. Well, in fact, even the J47 on the F86 Sabre already had a fuel control system that was able to keep the engine outside of the surge or flame out regions. So it might not have been as sophisticated back then. There was actually a problem with the F-14As. You know, the F-14A TF-33, or was it TF-34? I think they had a couple of TF-33s, right? F-14 TF-33. Have a look. Or TF-30. Yes, this thing. So let's swap in, like, does this work? Oh yeah, it does. Cool stuff. Is this a new aircraft in production? Young Smitty, yes. Anyway, so talking about TF-30, it's one of the first military turbofans with afterburner. Well, in fact, probably the first one that went into deployment. It was a big problem on the F-14A Tomcat because of the fact that its inlet was not sufficiently resilient to ingesting at high angles of attack, which the F-14 Tomcat could get into. It was actually prone to compressor stalls. And so that would end up with slight problems, such as the well-known flat spin of death, and the found to be ill-adapted to the demands of air combat, is prone to compressor stalls at high angle of attack if the pilot moved the throttles too aggressively. So yes, you could get the compressor into a stall, not just sitting on the ramp there, but you could get it into a stall provided you were sufficiently violent with it in high angles of attack. But this, we're talking not about a transport category aircraft, we're talking about a military high-performance fighter, which is about as far as you can get away from a conventional civilian aircraft as you probably can get. And even that thing was fairly resilient to it. But just playing around with the throttles on the ground, that is not going to give you a compressor stall. If that were possible, the engine would never pass certification. One of the certification tests on aircraft engines is slam acceleration, slam deceleration, and repeat it. And it must not stall. Have you tried the latest DRT? Lee try to add a feature you requested about changing multiple data refs without needing new windows. Sparker, I probably haven't. I stopped using the thing about a couple of weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks back after I had some crashes with the thing. I'm gonna reload the airplane, and it would try to reuse some old data ref handles, and it just shit itself. Probably could test it again. Anyway, I'm gonna try and see if that works. And probably torture the engine a little bit here, so it's gonna have, yeah, the oil temp on the left engine is quite a bit higher than on the right side right now because of the fact that I've sort of been stationarily gunning the thing compared to the right side, which has been idling here for the past 10 minutes. Right side engine is nice and cool, combustor, mid-frame, all that good stuff. This guy's still at 400 degrees Celsius. And this is why you shouldn't shut down an engine after it's been at high power right away, because you're going to get oil coking here in the bearings. You made any previous aircraft? Young Smitty, you're probably not familiar with my previous work, are you? Yes, I have. Yes, I have. You heard of the Hot Start TBM 900 for X-Plane? That one. God tier. It's okay. I'd say this is God tier if you want to be really fancy about it, but this is reasonably good, I'd say. The oil pressure is lower. Yes, of course the oil pressure is lower because it's hotter. Hotter oil, more viscous. Same amount of pumping volume. These are geared pumps, so this here, the accessory gearbox drives a bunch of gear pumps here, or a bunch of gear pump elements. And so what these guys do is they pump always the same volume of fluid per depending on their speed, right? So it's a linear ramp. So to allow for one of the planes that is one of her, yep. A shame in your Discord, but I wasn't sure. Don't worry about it, young Smitty. Not a big deal at all. Did you simulate FOD ingestion damage? Not yet. That other Josh, but I might. On the plane status one. Okay. So yeah, as the oil now drops in temperature, the oil pressure is going to actually start coming up because viscosity is going to go up as well. Maybe I've never heard of it. Yeah. What is that? Funny story, if you actually watch this, you can actually learn some stuff. Well, that's why I put this thing in here, but watch what happens when I accelerate the engine. Watch what happens to the oil temperature right here out of the tank here in the indication as well. Okay. Let's see, I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna just go ahead and shove the engine back up to full power. So I got a 0.737 was about full takeoff power, and watch the actually funnily enough, you'll notice that the oil temperature starts coming down pretty fast. Any takers? Any guesses for why that is? Eventually it'll plateau out and it'll start coming back up. But there's kind of a sort of a counterintuitive case of you put in more power and first the oil temperature comes down, then it starts climbing back up, and the reverse is also happening in the other direction. So when you retard the engine or pull power all the way out to idle, it's going to spike the temperature and then it's going to start 0.737 half fitting. Yeah, it just happens to be the case for at this altitude. At different altitudes and different temperatures, it would be a different thing, a different value. Any guesses? Most real pilots have no idea about engine internals. So CL650 pilots, I take it you don't have a guess either at this point, or and you're just trying to let the kids have their fun. Lever go forward, plane go forward. Yes. Must be a bug. Clearly a bug, yes. It's not, the oil is not cooled through air, but it's close. You're close. It's starting to come back up now. Yeah, there's an oil cooler. Yeah, exactly, that other Josh. It is fuel cooled. And since I just shoved a truckload of fuel into the engine, here you have it. There's the fuel discharge temperature coming out of the fuel cooled oil cooler. Yes. Low spike, exactly. So there's a truckload of fuel being pumped now through the oil cooler. So the oil cooler essentially passes all the fuel that eventually goes into the burner cans, right? Or the combustor. So if I increase the fuel flow into the combustor, all of a sudden the oil cooler is going to get a lot more flow of cool fuel coming out of the wings there. So it's going to warm up, or it's going to cool down any discharged oil out of there. Reverse happens when I now go to full idle. The fuel flow suddenly slows down really fast. The temperature coming out of the oil cooler there is a lot higher, and we'll get a proportional spike of temperature up here. Yellow is 155. I think red line is 158. Honestly, the oil can take a lot more heat. You have to understand these values that it's showing you here on the oil temp, that is sort of steady state. So if the oil is throughout the entire, and the temperature pickups, by the way, we're here just at the inlet to the pump, to the supply side of the pump. The engine oil is quite warm. Yeah. So the oil can actually take a lot more than 155 degrees. In fact, if you look over here in the bearings, it routinely is at 140, 150 degrees. And if we leave the engine, if we shut it down, well, I'm not going to shut it down now because that'd be kind of destroying the engine and gunning it full power. There's about a 3-minute cooling period after you've had the engine at high power. You're supposed to give it at least 3 minutes to cool off. That's essentially letting the heat built up in here in the internals sort of radiate out and be slowly pumped out. So the oil can actually take a lot more than 155 degrees on the yellow mark there. It can take over 320 degrees, but that is mostly meant for resident state. So if you had more than 155 in circulation in here, that's when you've got some problems long term. But when you shut down the engine, all of this heat that's in here is essentially going to be pumped into the oil. The oil is going to heat up really hard, and it is tested at up to 300 degrees Celsius for 24 hours. And the engine and the oil, in order to pass certification, it must not exhibit too much coking. It will coke a little bit. Coking meaning it'll basically break down into like little soot particles. The oil is designed to not break down too much at 300 degrees for 24 hours. It might reach momentarily 320, up to 350 degrees, but that's for a brief transitional period as the engine cools off. That's why this cooling period is here. If you just shut it down immediately from full power and the engine stops immediately turning, this oil pump stops. All the oil basically that's in the bearings here is going to stay in there in these sumps. It's going to get heated up really hard, and you'll just end up with a bunch of crud and sludge in here. And that's a engine teardown for you waiting to happen. If you have that, well, worst case probably is you're going to get plugged up oil jets here, and you're going to get very high oil pressures in the engine, or high oil temperatures. That'll be sort of your first indication that something's wrong with the engine. It might smoke, so if you got a lot of smoke coming out of the engine, you might also notice that. That's an indication that you're burning oil. It will coat the insides here. It'll screw up all the labyrinth seals and all the knife edge seals that are in here. Are the last 6 compressor rotors not moving? Or is it just a compression meme? It's just a screen door effect. This also, they look like they're not moving, but that's really just screen door effect because of the fact they're moving way too fast. It just happen to be aligned with the frame rate of the render there. As we come down to 3 minutes, actually I forgot I should have turned on the APU here. Now we can turn on the ground power unit. So 3 minutes. Gonna transition over to ground power. Yeah, I do want to swap over to ground power, and I shut down the engines. You'll see that the stages will actually rotate. They're just a little bit. I'm thinking about putting in like a blur effect, but I just couldn't find the time to implement it properly, so it looks okay. The APU is available. Turn those off, and we'll have one pack running. And notice the oil temperatures here. Because the fact that we've essentially stopped pumping here. The engine's coming down from to almost stationary. That means that this oil pump here stops pumping. And that means any oil that is essentially in these sumps is going to stay there. And you'll notice the bearings are going to keep on heating up and heating up and heating up. And you're also going to get a heating of the tailpipe here, which means the ITT probes here are going to climb back up. So yeah. $286. You can see that we've been running the right engine for a lot less abusively than the left one, because the right engine is a lot cooler. 268 degrees in the exhaust, and over here we got 350 degrees in the exhaust. Cool stuff. Heat exchange has essentially stopped in the oil cooler. Both the fuel and the oil have reached equilibrium in temperature, and they're just sitting there. We'll no longer want to exchange heat energy anymore, and the oil just keeps on heating up and heating up. That's in the bearings there. Obviously, number 1 and 2 bearings are going to be the coldest, and the hottest ones are going to be back in the core of the engine, right here in the hot section. So these guys are 270, 267 degrees Celsius on the oil temperature, and same thing essentially for the oil as well. Cool. And this is why you wouldn't want to walk up to an aircraft right after it's shut down, because you're going to burn your hands and if you start touching stuff. Fortunately, these engines are pretty far up, so you can't really reach them. But yeah, if you try to reach for stuff here, you could burn your hands. So this metal right now is like 300 degrees. Essentially, this thing is like a hot furnace, like a pizza oven that's open. Cool. I want to test some more approaches and stuff here, so let's try and do the classic flight from San Francisco over to wherever. I want to try and do like a full-on test flight. San Francisco to Los Angeles or something like that. We'll see how the thing performs. Maybe it'll fall apart. Got my finger over the debug button. That's why 737 and airport caught fire that quickly. All right, that's the one that I had. I think it was, yeah, it was They pierced a fuel tank on their wing, and that thing then dripped fuel right onto the exhaust stacks there. Cool. So, I'm gonna take a quick break here. Just gotta get something to drink, go to the bathroom and everything. So see you in 5 minutes, and smoke them if you got them. Okay, they're rock and roll. Back in the saddle. Which you on, AP on. I'm not actually going to taxi in anything like that, so we're just going to do the flight here. Hello, Mr. APU. Give me the spinny spin there. Just finished the day of Teams conferences. Ugh. And then last half hour. Pleasure. Yeah, my pleasure to have you here. Good. APU is going to be available here in just a sec. Go ahead and cancel all the cautions and warnings and all that good stuff. Flight, the absolute and nothing but the flight. Yeah. You turn on your nav lights and all that good stuff, and you'd start your 2-minute timer before you can put on the APU bleed. But I don't care for the APU's longevity, so I'm just gonna go ahead and throw it on. So there's a momentary spike as the thing basically fills the manifold with hot air, And then it's going to be a big spike that's going to stay there once I put the packs on. There we go. Cut during daylight. What do you mean? I am frequently am here during daylight. Good stuff. All the little lampy lamps and everything. What I wanted to show you earlier. I saw this, a lot of people do this with the CRJ. They'll just stab this button here to start the engines, but it's not going to really do anything. So why not? Is because you need to just stab in the button. Doesn't do anything. You need to actually hold. There's a little delay circuit in there that prevents, that essentially is there to give. Let me show you here on the bleed system. Gotta hold it. Yes, sir. So when you just stab this, it's essentially designed to give time to these valves here to close to the pack system so that you don't actually get dual flow into both the packs and the starter, because that's a lot of demand on the APU. So you gotta hold this button in and then you get the starter actually coming on. So they basically train pilots to hold the button in until they get a light there. So I just rolled the engine over a little bit, so it's a little bit unhappy there. Hydraulic low pressure, yes, that's because when you, as soon as the engine starts turning, you've got the mechanical hydraulic pump on there, so it's immediately going to start pressurizing the hydraulic system, which you can see. We bring on the hydraulic there. You guys just already got it up to 2650, 2600 psi. So if I go ahead and arm an ignition system, which one's going to be it today? Well, let's make a B. Hold down. There we go. Lampy lamp is on, and we've got the hydraulic pump now providing pressure. We got the ignition going and everything. So I'm down here. We got light off. You can either use this little red tab here to shove it forward, or you can just grab it here by the click spot. In reality, what you would do is you would lift both of them at the same time. So that'd be like a, I guess, a two-hand or two-finger motion where you lift up the tab and shove the thing forward. Obviously, in simulator, you don't have two mouse cursors. So light comes on. Yeah, start timer and everything. And I can use the click spot on here on the handle as well. So there's 25. Won't wait for max motoring. And there we go. Oh, I hope I set the brakes here. I think I have, yeah. Good stuff. Cool. How are we looking on the alignment here? Pausing it. 1.8 minutes. Let's go ahead and punch in a flight plan. KSFO. And depart, arrive. One left. Fellows, I think, was what I planned. What did I plan here? I do have a reasonable memory for this flight because I used to do a lot. Offshore 2 Fellows. No, we wanted to go a different one. Offshore 2. I'll use Fellows. No, not offshore 2. Which one then? Not San Marcos. Santa Maria. What was the one? Sid. Are we going to terminate at Morro Bay? Just go offshore 2 and leave it be there. We'll end up at Mickey, so not quite where we want to go. Are you 3D dev artist too? Trackamus, I'm just systems. Well, I do everything except the 3D part, so not, you know. Well, 3D and textures, I guess. Just systems. Yes, just the systems. Nothing too complicated. There we go. IRS alignment complete. GPS lock acquired, and I'm on the wrong runway, I think. Yeah. Put myself on runway 1 right. Yeah, I'm on the right one. Okay, never mind. Switch the runway over, and you'll see the flight plan didn't implode. And where am I? Hang on. Am I on the right one or the left one? No, I'm on the left one. Because that's the right runway there. Depart 01 left. Execute. There you are. Cool. Now. Which SID was I using before? Was it stick 4? Yeah, that's the one. eBay. Yes. Stick 4. So stick 4. eBay. Stick 4 eBay. Avenal. Yes. And CD8, I think. Yeah, cool. But how heavy is it at this state on flight loop, or does performance graphics and XP look like? Takes me back to my old sim training days. Get ready for an engine fire at V1. Yeah, I'm not gonna do an engine fire today. Do you think this will be released before December? Oh yeah, absolutely. Let's see, actually I want to turn on both generators because it's already yelling at me. APU off, and we'll take off with the packs on the engines. Yes, the impact is pretty minimal, so we'll go here, and you want to see, there you go. That's with the synthetic vision and it's up display. Oh, there you go, High Tune. Legs, actually, flight plan, Avenal, and then arrival. Actually, I didn't put in a destination. LAX. Arrival. We can program that in flight. Yeah, it's not going to give me... Oh, hang on, we got to go into there. Perfing it. I'm going to pull in the sensed fuel because I'm a lazy bastard. We're going to go to flight level 370. Execute. Now, is it going to give me... It's not going to give me a descent prediction just yet. But it will eventually, once I got the arrival in and everything. Okay, cool. 10,000 below, 520. Cool stuff. Apart from being blue on blue, it is really minimal. High tune, that's because it doesn't show anything below 1%. If it's too small to show, it will not actually show anything. So if I turn off the heads-up display, this will go down a little bit. If I turn off the synthetic vision here, it will also go down even more. So about like that, if you were looking just at plain old avionics state. Probably synthetic vision is the more costly one. I'm trying to think here. Yeah, it appears to be. Yeah, anyway, that kind of stuff. Iron Man 2 is the usual rival from SFO to LAX. How about I know this one? eBay Burgle Iron Man 2. Is Iron Man 2 interesting though? Let's have a look. LAX. Iron Man 2. Burgle. Are there any interesting constraints? Ooh, lots of them. Nice. Oh yeah, we're gonna take that. So depart. One left. He said stick for, okay, eBay. Yep. Good stuff. And we're gonna delete Avenal here then. Burgle. Direct. And it's already given me a descent prediction. Truckloads of constraints. I love it. And ends in vectors. Even better. Yeah, let's have a look. Switch this over to there. SFO. Iron Man 2. Oh yeah, baby. That's a lot of them. I love it. Bye. Cool. Good stuff. Let's set you up for 2-4 right approach. Normally we go to 2-5 left here because the GA terminal is on the south, but yeah. I think you flew for American or whoever, so those guys parked north, I believe, but we'll figure it out. Not a problem. Okay, arm departure. We'll roll the altitude up to, for the time being, I'm just gonna go to can vector to any runway. Yeah, I'm just gonna roll it right up to our cruise altitude of 370 just for funsies. I think I've got most everything set up here. Well, most of the stuff I need. So I'm gonna go climb constrained Mach 0.78. Cruise at 300, and we're gonna descend at 80, 300 as well. Standard limitations there. VPA 3 degrees. You really don't want to change this to set this on any higher. This is marginal as is with the drag model. So we parked south side, but we aren't gonna clear you across 3 approach paths during the day. Might be the case. Okay, so arm LNAV here on the ground. You do your performance, so takeoff, runway 15 left, 01 left, runway like 7665. These are our V speeds, so we can just accept those, send those over. Boom, they're on the box there, or on the thing, and we're ready to rock and roll. This here is our climb constraint, the little circle there. Cool. Let's get on out of here. Put on the pitot heats. Yaw damper 2 and up. We'll need to select some flappy flaps. I'm gonna roll the trim up a little bit because I know it's gonna be not enough. So about there is gonna give us about neutral feel. Right after rotation, maybe 20 knots after rotation. Constraint at 10K. And we can actually, even right now already, you can hit VNAV here. That'll just enable the VNAV constraint system. And there we go, rock and roll. And so we can actually watch what we're doing here. I'm gonna bring up our little flight plan. You could also watch it down here. I didn't want to disable the transponder. You could also watch it down here. We can watch it on both. Why not? We got screens galore. Rock and roll. Like that, maybe? Or whatever. Brakes off. ATS. And nose wheel steering. Yeah, that's also going to help. Rock and roll. And for us to set, rotate, and I forgot to set my speed there. Gears coming up. There's our initial pitch cue. And it's going to go to LNAV. Gotta actually set this thing high. Cool. Put it on autopilot because I'm flying like a complete idiot there. We actually have speed constraints here. I don't think we do. No, probably don't. So, above VT +5 accelerating, flaps up. And I'm just gonna roll this stinking thing up there. And you go to like light level change and all that good stuff. So VLV is armed, so that's for the 10,000 constraint. I just need hot start weather engine graphics overhaul. Yeah. We're so far nose up that it actually replaces the ground there with a fixed representation. It's recalculating the intercept there. So as we sequence, it's going to stop the recalculation because of the fact that we're accelerating. Notice, as strange as that might seem. Oh, hang on, this is a path. That's probably a direct to, isn't it? Wow, left direct port. Okay, so it's not a conventional departure. I was about to say something about conventional departures, but it's not going to be applicable here. Go to VNAV speed control. And there we go. Now we can, I don't know, go for TN metals or whatever. So as we come up to 10K, it'll intercept that altitude constraint and stay there. VLV cap. It was a bit annoying on departure, just trying to stick. They would always turn us left and vector us the course we would have taken away anyway over the port. Yeah. I'm sure there was a good reason from their point of view. It's going to re-intercept that path back, even though it's a direct. It only does that direct while we're before sequencing onto that leg. After it's sequenced onto the leg, it'll stop doing the recomputation and it'll basically re-intercept it. Does he have any payload on right now? No, not right now. I mean, I got plenty of fuel. Way more fuel than I'd need. Got about 4 hours worth of fuel on board for a 1 hour flight. Now, the altitude constraint, notice, is at port, and we're going to turn before port, so it's going to fly by the port waypoint, but it's not going to start climbing until we are abeam the point. So it only starts to climb when you are passing through, again, the turn by sector here. So you'll notice, even though it'll sequence through port, it'll stay at 10,000. It'll actually start enunciating, 1 minute before reaching port, it'll enunciate the next constraint, if any. Right now there's none. So it basically has removed the altitude constraint, and it's armed vertical VNAV flight level change, but it's not actually going to start the climb until we have passed through abeam the port waypoint. You'll see in a few seconds it'll start blinking this indication here, tell us that we're about to sequence. I gotta check this circle shouldn't be showing here because it's probably showing some constraint there on the descent. Yeah. So coming up to the sequence, 10 seconds. Trying to start it. Still haven't started to climb. Not climbing yet, not climbing yet. And as we pass a beam port, about hostile Embraer. Aircraft dots. Oh, those two. And boom, there we go. Past port. And it's also set the new speed target since we're out of 10,000. I should have turned on all the little lighty lights and all that good stuff, but you know, whatever. That's a debug flight anyway. Okay. And now she's just driving on up. How are we looking for cross-track error? Index, prog, 0. So we're exactly on path, as close as we can get for their delays. I mean, they've got plenty of problems with that anyway. With their limited runways and all that good stuff. And you can see how soon it's predicting we'll hit the top of climb here. It's gonna be a little bit further down. It's actually, I haven't done the climb prediction phase yet, so these should normally be populated with altitudes. Apparently they're not, so it doesn't do that. Seems like a VNAV system that is easy to understand. Yeah, it's designed to be easy to reason about, really. I think it's kind of a crime here in the US to be shown barometric pressures in hectopascals, so let's switch that over there. 2992. The other guy's also going to go over to 2992 for now, and we're going to go. Are you an aircraft tech? Young Smitty, I'm not. Pretty huge for being a biz jet. It's on the same. Well, the CRJ is derived from the Challenger, so yes, it is the same fuselage diameter. And yes, the Challenger was designed exactly for the purpose of having a very spacious cabin and a large fuselage. So there we go, transition. So switch you over to standard good stuff. We're 280 knots. Rocking and rolling. How about some face? Yeah, so the Challenger was originally designed as having a very spacious cabin. That was kind of its selling point, to the point where it was originally supposed to be a cooperative project between Bombardier, well, actually Canadair, and Lear. Bill Lear was on the project, and he left. He left the Challenger project because he thought it didn't meet Bill Lear's requirements, I guess, for elegance, because Learjets are a lot more skinny, and I guess in his eyes that is kind of an important thing, which a Challenger is kind of a fatty looking thing. But the flip side is you get a lot of cabin room. And a full stand-up cabin, which is not something you get on Learjets. Learjets don't have a cabin. Well, don't have a stand-up cabin. At least I don't think there are any. Are there? This cabin here on the Challenger is like 6'2", thereabouts. So your average, 5'11", 5'9", and whatever kind of person would fit in there quite well. Even a 6-footer is just about going to be able to fully stand up in a Challenger. So, thoughts, concerns. Already looking on the alignment quality there with the INSS. I didn't do a coil alignment there. Yeah, pretty standard stuff. Ooh, 500 meters of drift. This boy's a little bit off. Yeah, Z-axis random walk is pretty bad. What about the others? This one's okay. And this guy here is okay. 0.28. Azimuth error 0.5, 0.054. Yeah, so this guy's got about double the azimuth error there, and therefore it's going to have about double. Has a wider cabin than a G4. Challenger? Possibly. I don't remember. I only remember the stand-up height by heart because that's kind of the important dimension, because that's where you hit your head. Width is a little bit more difficult to kind of have an intuitive grasp of it, of how spacious it is or not. Here's IRS-1, yeah, so that guy's a little bit off there. Not too far away at this point. And here you can see which DME and VOR stations we're using for correction computations, if any. Although currently we're using primarily our GPS receivers, because I haven't disabled those. We're running off of GPS. So yeah, pretty close on the error. So this black dashed line here, that is where the FMS thinks that we are located within with 95% probability. That's the 2 sigma point or distance from the predicted position. Here's the actual position. 25.4 feet long, 8.2 feet wide, 7.3 feet wide. That's a foot of width, cabin width is going to be pretty noticeable. The Mach 0.78 is what we set for climb there, or for the climb target. So it should. So right now, when we have normally when the aircraft is running on manually selected speeds, so you're manually actually got to check this. When you've got your manually selected, actually there's a bug there. I'll fix that. So when you're running manually selected speeds, it'll change over to Mach mode always at the same speed or altitude, 33,600 feet. When it's running on FMS speeds, it will actually change sort of on its own schedule. So it will make up its own mind. Apparently a bug there, so it might actually drop out of FMS speed momentarily. I'm going to have to re-engage the thing to get it back into FMS mode. Half bank mode, that's 31,600. And you'll see when we're here in the eBay is already a star point, so we might actually still get pretty sharp turns. Normally when you're en route for more than a couple of minutes, in the en route phase, it'll actually do very shallow turns between waypoints. You might not actually get up to 370 or just about barely. Actually, there we go. See, 32,400 is when it went into Mach mode. Just because 280 Mach 0.78 sort of shakes out to that kind of a ratio there. Yeah, we should be able to get to 37,000 feet, I think. Fuel load is pretty high, but not too high. 36,000 to 37,000 is going to be your maximum altitude, really, when you're full. The aircraft does kind of die on performance. Hey, Bruce Hannibal, long time no see. I haven't seen you on here in quite a while. So, welcome, sir. How are you doing? Right angle error. 0.03 nautical miles. Why you got so much lateral error? I don't need the synthetic vision here. This kind of an altitude is just distracting. Yeah, no sudden turning into a rocket ship, because the engines have not suddenly gotten twice as powerful. They are slowly, still nicely, gradually losing power as they're climbing into thinner air. Despite running 1200 degrees Celsius turbine inlet temperature. You mean that the engines won't suddenly get 10,000 pounds of extra thrust? As strange as that might be, they don't. Looks like Challenger's went along nicely. Yes, sir. There's a 6,000 foot FPM rocket boosters. Yeah, I mean, when in doubt, just strap more boosters on, right? Cool, 35,300. Oh yeah, they're designed to take it. The engine is redlined internally. They can take up to 1250 or 1270, something like that. Turbine inlet temperature. This is not ITT. ITT is measured in this here stage in 4B. So your turbine, low pressure turbine inlet temperature. That's what you see here, 822 thereabouts. The temperature coming into the high pressure stage, that's the stuff that's really your performance limiter. Just add NOS. Yeah, sure. What material is so resistant without melting? Trachemus 1200C is just about on the limit of what you can do with just essentially plain metals, but that's not how this is done. Titanium, definitely not. Oh, no, not titanium. I can tell you that much. Turbines are not made of titanium. Turbine blades do. Turbine engines have pieces of titanium in them, but not in the hot section, I can tell you for sure. Titanium is kind of weird in that it burns before it melts. And it burns at a pretty low temperature, about 850. Or maybe higher. I forget. Anyway, they are not made of titanium. They're made of steel, essentially. They're called nickel alloys. So they're made of iron, nickel, and a bunch of other, like chromium and that kind of stuff. But even so, they would be that'd be a bit too much. Hey, Mech 1987, welcome aboard. Good stuff. So here we are, 370, Mach 0.80 engaged. So it's switched over into the cruise mode. And yeah, now we're just sitting up here on cruise. And obviously in this case, it'll actually bring back the power or the heat there quite a bit, 11, 20, something like that. Like ATJZ had some legs he works on. Yes, exactly, High Tune. Essentially, pretty much all engines since, I'd say, okay, let's do a shallow turn here. So essentially, all turbine engines made probably since the 1970s have been using that technique of internal cooling. They're used, the turbine blades are into S turns flying over that waypoint. Huh. Strange, eh? It's also not going to do S turns over here in eBay, although it might turn up to 12 degrees there because where eBay is already part of the star. I think. Yes. Yeah, it is. No, hang on. This is still part of the SID. So on a SID and on a star, it will actually do full bank turns. Just because it is not sure whether it's allowed to deviate as far from the flight plan as usual. 2.71 degree descent here. 2.51 to based. Let's have a think here. There are no further constraints other than these guys. So cool. Cliffy 210, Simon 250, Muppet 280. Yeah, we can see what happens there. Cool. So let's just let it drive. The FMS asks you when you duck and cover. Go on, hi Tune, go on. But yeah, what sort of approach are we gonna do here? Let's think about this. Go away. We said, let's say ILS 25 left. Sure. Let's punch that in there. Well, we could just wait. We'll wait for a little bit so that we're gonna pretend that we don't know what ATC is gonna give us in terms of approaches and all that stuff. The last profile. Cool. Now, can I get some more tea, please? Thank you. One of the most powerful ILS in Flex. One of the most powerful ILSs in the world. Really? I mean, they do reach out fairly far. FBOs are south complex, if I recall correctly. Yes, they are. So FBOs should be over. Huh? Okay. Cool. FBOs should be on the south, in the south complex there. We catch it almost from 14,000 feet. Yeah, that's not a problem. 2.5 left is closed. 2.5 right it is then, I guess. And we want to push. Rotate clockwise. Oh, that's San Francisco. What am I looking at here? I want to look at you. And you. Clockwise. Yeah, so the FBOs, like Atlantic or something, will be down here. Outrageous. Outrageous landing fee. Yes. Yeah. I know that it's pricey to land at Los Angeles, but I expect people are going to be doing it, so we got to test it, make sure that it works. Yeah, thousands of dollars. I'm pretty sure is going to be the landing fee there. Or the kinds of stuff that is going to make you whimper. Yeah, so all the pop-ups here actually, they all take up a little bit of rendering time. So if I just get rid of all of this and just go plain, this is about the amount of rendering time we take in this drawing misc. It's just these screens being composited on here. That's going to usually give you this transition on Circus or Sea View. Land across at Lima. Yep. Cross at Lima. Yeah, I see. When we're not online, we can do whatever the hell we want, honestly, so who cares? Put you over there. Just a little bit off track there. Very shallow turn there. Only a couple, about, yeah, I'd say probably 7 degrees of bank, maybe 6. If I didn't have any of the instrumentation up here, you would probably have a bit of a hard time being able to tell just by looking outside whether you're turning or not. What these two things are, as you might have noticed, that's a piece of the external 3D model that Gordon's been working on, so that's not finished yet. That's gonna go away, obviously. But I'm gonna let him reveal that 3D model. It's not gonna be me. Cool. 0.15, 3, 2, 1376 per 1,000 pounds of max landing weight plus the FPS security fee, which is about $500. So multiply that by 48.2, and there's your Challenger landing fee. So 48.2 times 1376, so $663 plus 500 fee, so $1,200. And pretty sure there's going to be taxes applicable on top of that, so yeah, get ready for some damage, I guess. Just change the max landing weight sticker before going there. Yeah, unfortunately it ain't quite that easy. Pretty sure they can look it up. Doesn't include a wine cellar. Champagne on the cabin, I won't buy it. Actually, not too bad. Ugh. It's just the LAX fee, not including FBO fees on top for their cut. Ugh. About to sequence through Burgle here. Click it and clack. Do it. Do it. Now we've entered the en route phase from Burgle to do it, and we're probably going to go straight back to the terminal phase. So I saw that because it blinked the RMP value. It went from 1 nautical mile to 2 nautical miles. Theoretically, we could switch this now over to 4 nautical miles on the prog page here. Yeah, now we can go to 4 nautical mile RMP display. If it really meant anything to you, it's basically just the scaling here on these needles. Or automatically it goes to 2 nautical miles, the default en route. You cannot switch to 4 nautical miles when you're in the terminal phase, so when it's in terminal or approach guidance, it'll automatically select whatever RMP values it thinks is good. I forgot when did they recertifying their aircraft. $143. Ugh. Holy moly. An airline that did that, changing max landing weight for Ryanair. Yeah. I could believe that that'd be a Ryanair. Yeah. We got a follow from NTech Pilot. Thanks for the follow, sir. Welcome aboard, or ma'am. I don't discriminate. Thank you. Oops. Okay. Thank you. Got myself some more tea. Wonderful stuff. Yeah, get my chop. Wonderful stuff. Yes. That's what the good dreams are made out of. The color display there on that camera is absolutely horrible. You can't see a damn thing. Understand why Ryanair can't change their rates on a sector by sector basis. Probably they can, yeah. We will land at Santa Monica, so yes, that sort of thing happens all the time. I mean, yeah, of course it does. The research for the maximum in the Gulf Stream when flying in Aspen. Yeah, I mean, I suppose they can. Are you aware that you are about to create the best, cutest, and most complex airplane in the history of X-Plane? Cutest? I mean, best and most complex, maybe. But cutest? That's an interesting qualifier. I've never heard that. But I'll take it. Yeah. 650 is a chonker. I mean, yeah. It's short and stubby. Before going into asking the approach is only for Cat C. Okay, so we're about to sequence onto the descent leg here. And we should start down, so go ahead and... that's a bug there. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Interesting bug. Why did you do that? Oh, I know. I probably have an idea. Alright, that's the system. It's a blend system misbehaving there. Okay, so we've got a bug that we need to take care of. So, VNAV, path, blend system mustn't do that prior to TOD. Not start. Say altitude. Altitude is a lot. It'll get there, don't worry. It'll start slowing down again. So, what do we say about the speed constraints here? So, there's a one-at Muppet there. If I go into the debug system here, VNAV, descent, range to Muppet, Mach 3.6. We'll see. Anyway, we're back on path, a little bit low actually. And those beautiful jets. I mean, I won't say it's ugly. I won't say it's not pretty. I do think it is pretty. What's the end of our descent here? 6K. So 6,000 is our last descent point. We'll keep a look on that. Going to VNAV debug again here. I just want to see how it performs. Good aircraft coming out in the next months. Yep. Cool. 15 feet low. And it's going to slowly reel that in, hopefully. And you'll see that it actually has to keep a little bit of power on. We barely burned any fuel there. I'm going to be having some trouble slowing down here. Does the approach today involve any crazy shapes? I'm afraid not. It's a fairly boring procedure today. So not the approach or the arrival either. So they are pretty much straight lines. Now what I'm looking for here is to hit the constraints. And actually to help along with that, I gotta lose some fuel here. We took off with way too much fuel, and it's gonna have trouble slowing down with that much fuel in the tanks. I'm gonna adjust this down to more like 1,200 kilograms. More like that, and that'll make it a little bit happier. You said next month. Got here. So, Crowy. So, there we go. 0 feet. Good stuff. Oh, this actually needs to reset itself back over to auto. So, but I gotta change. So it's not letting me toggle it anymore, so that's correct. So auto 4.0 RMP toggle must reset back. And I'm gonna turn the synthetic vision back on. That's not. I'm not gonna turn it back on. It's gonna look a little bit crummy because of some stuff I haven't done yet. Any thoughts on development for the other simulator? Bruce on land. I'm going to show the constraint on the PFD. Diego BRQ, here you have the constraint for the altitude. The speed constraints, I don't think there is a way to show those. No. There is a way to show. You mean these? So yeah, I just gotta implement that. I have the data for it. I just gotta implement where it shows the altitude and speed constraints on the. You mean on the map here? Yes, I got you. I got you. So 230 above, 270 below. So we are driving right through the middle of that. Good stuff. Engines are at not quite idle, but close to it. As we pass through, a beam up at a little bit fast there. 285, 286. We're supposed to be at 280. Now notice it will not re-accelerate. It's not doing the dumb thing. It understands that when there's a speed constraint on a descent, it needs to keep that speed through the rest of the descent of whatever is lower. I wonder if the Challenger can land at AVX. Catalina? Probably. It'd be marginal. So, might be more a matter of like the runway is a little bit too narrow for turnaround anyway. I think there are turning pads at the ends. So actually doesn't the taxiways go all the way in Catalina, don't they? M dots. Right per. So 200, 240. Good stuff. Vertical deviation. Are the two black dots in the middle of the screen? Oh, that's a piece of 3D mesh. Happen crash. That's gonna go away. That's just a piece of crap that's floating ahead of the aircraft right now. Gordon hasn't put it in the right place so far. I need more screens here. I need you. I need your index. Got to debug VNAV. Descent. Riper. Constraint next one is 30 miles away, which is at Simon. Yes. Good. And we'll start slowing down at that one soon enough. Yeah, so those are, just ignore those. Those are not going to be there, obviously. Cool. Light level 210. So this is the speed limit for 10,000 feet coming up. And this is the distance to the nearest speed constraint on a leg. 26 miles to go to that one. And once it gets to within a limiting distance, it will start slowing down. So it'll start pulling back this FMS speed constraint there. So let's say that we are going to be talking to approach pretty soon. So to test what's going to happen, I'm just going to go into arrival. We said ILS 25 right. Through no. I'm not going to use any approach transition. CLPUR, Circus, C view. Should we use an approach transition? ILS or localizer 25 right. What's the legs gonna look like there? Shell Fogla is gonna give me the center fix and the final approach fix. That'll do. Oh, we'll live with that. Maybe all I need. So Simon is our 250 constraints. So have you all been checking make sure that we're passing through the altitude constraints correctly? I like that debug page for VNAV, gives you the speed for Mach 1. Yeah. Cool. Run. Good stuff. Iron Man Simon based. Good stuff. So after Iron Man, I'm pretty sure we're going to start decelerating. We might already start now. So it's the vertical profile system does not depend on leg sequencing. So it should start slowing down before even we sequence onto the actual relevant constraint leg. Hopefully. We'll see if I coded it right. That's 5.4 miles. From there, it should start decelerating. I might do a little bit earlier or not. Iron Man. And we were at 12 and 6. Yes, we're driving straight through that, and nobody telling me to go to local pressure. There we go. It's starting to decelerate. So 13 or below Simon. And it's fairly shallow at this point, so probably it wants to basically just scrape by Simon at the upper end. And then it's going to go to based, so the profile is going to get even shallower. So we were actually on the upper edge of Simon, so 13 or below Simon is what really was limiting us here. So we're just about, we should, roughly when we pass the beam Simon, we should be at 13,000. On 250 knots. Yep, 13,000. 255, I gotta put that. There we go, 13K. 255, and it's shallowing up the descent. We're going to 2.5 degrees. Make them next constraints. Based 9 or above 240. And Cliffy 8,000 or below. That's probably going to be the limited one. You'll see that it's fairly gentle in how it steers, so it's not, you know, trying to keep within the last knot or half a knot of the target speeds. It actually prefers, it will let the speed and all the kind of constraints wander a little bit to make sure that it's flying consistently rather than, you know, flying like a madman. One foot low, and within a foot of our required vertical path. Cross-track limit is pulling in for V path fail. Juice. We'll exceeded even without that. And slowing down for base, 240. About to turn. We said base was at 9,000 if I remember right. Wasn't it? Or no, it was 9 or above, not 9 or below. We were definitely too high for that. And we're just about 240, a beam based. You'll notice it went a 25-degree turn because we're on the arrival now, so it needs to conform to the lateral path pretty closely at this point. It should show 0 here for Gatto. Juice 9 or below. That was not going to be an issue. We're already almost there. 240 knots. And it's starting to slow down for Dodger, right? Dodger at 210. That was going to require a fair amount of deceleration. And it's already completed nav to nav transfer, so we could, well, it's not completed. It's set itself up for nav to nav transfer. So this guy's actually not going to show a whole heck of a lot of anything for CDU number 3, because this guy doesn't have nav to nav transfer capability, but CDU 2 and 1 do. So setup is complete. Got something tuned in, but not the right ID so far, so we wouldn't actually swap the blue diamond on the vertical deviation. That's the glide slope. Needs to go over by 1. Not supported on nav to nav debug. Go right by 1 column. Yeah, bottle rocketeer, that is nav debug. Legs. My 13 feet. Cliffy 210. Actually, it was able to do 210 without any help from us. So Dodger now 6,000. Was 8,000 or below at Cliffy. So that's good. We're still exactly on path, and Dodger is going to be our level off, so that's our bottom of descent point here. Yes, it's the glide slope indicator. Was anyway. Yeah, we've now lost the glide slope again, because we're still not quite established anywhere near. We're just a beam the path now, so it's gone away. 6,000 feet. We're less than 1,000 feet to go to the level off. And that's where our vertical path here is going to terminate. Yeah, the glide slope diamond is having a party because look at where we are in relation to the runway. Obviously, the glide slope is not reliable here at this kind of position. Glide slope beam is actually pretty narrow where it is supposed to be useful. Good stuff. So V alt S cap, so vertical altitude select. So it's basically captured my pre-selector here. Gatto at 6,000. Not going to descend any lower, even if I let it. If I set it to like 3,000, it's just going to sit here at V alt, and it's not going to be allowed to descend any further. And then once we sequence onto that vectoring leg, it'll actually drop the path at all, the path completely, and it'll say, or it might say, I'm not sure, a V alt, it might not actually announce anything. If I had the vertical V path mode active, it would just enunciate no V path this leg. Flap you with the yoke. Flight plan discontinuity. Oh, right, the next one's going to be a flight plan discontinuity. Ah, you weren't supposed to do that, mister. So, the FMS speed on vectors legs ignores past speed constraints. That needs to be fixed as well. It should have stayed at 210. Okay. At this point we'd be talking to approach and all that good stuff, so they'd say, I don't know, like come down to descend 3000. I'm pretty much done here. This guy. Little lighty lights here. There's actually 3,700 or above. So let's bring you up to there. I'm going to do a little bit of custom vectoring here. So we're going to cross 3,700 over there. So I'm going to make a right turn to whatever 160. With that arrow at shell, so I need to remove that. It's thinking basically that it would be flying straight from Gatto to shell and then overflying, because shell is probably an overfly restriction or an overfly fix. I'm gonna start rolling some flaps here, slow down to 200. And we're gonna go direct shell, but an inbound course of 251. Enter. And I'm gonna go LNAV. And it actually will do a full sharp capture and all that good stuff. And theoretically, I could even go down to 1900. So if I pre-select 1900, it should start the descent on its own. Maybe it won't. We shall find out. Go ahead and arm approach for the nav to nav transfer. Bring you up here. I don't need you anymore. Gotta check why it's showing us high on the profile there. Weird. I'm gonna bring you over like so. Now I can see I'm pretty much on the money for the localizer. Okay, nav to nav, and there we go. So it's switched over to localizer guidance. And DHRXIZ 2010. Thanks for following. Welcome aboard. I so want to play this game. What do I use? Yeah, it's a bit complicated. Missed approach, I think, is 2,500 feet. Let's see, missed approach. Yeah, 2,000 actually. So, go to 2,000. So, we'll do 160 until 4 DME, which would be, actually there isn't any. Fogla. We could do 160 until Fogla, I guess, or 180. Maybe the restriction there. I don't know. Thought you said the Challenger couldn't legally fly low approaches by itself. What do you mean by itself? Only that system depth of game offensive already. I don't. I've got a pretty high bar for what constitutes offensive, but nah. Don't have the time to answer now. You can fly it with FMS guidance, but you're supposed to back it up. Found a bug in some airplane, another where you could have set the missed approach altitude while on glide speed because you would level off. But yeah, that'd be bad. Obviously, you can see there's no constraint being kept here anymore. All right, I should have done things like the approach performance. So approach performance 126, so 136 would be. Yeah, we'll go to, I don't know, 4 miles. Seems like 4 miles, but 6 miles. All right, that's. Now we're actually 4 miles away. So what's the approach? 126, so 136. And final stage of flaps. There we go. 1,000 feet, stable on the approach. Get the heads-up display back on. And it's also automatically gone into declutter mode and also started showing the 3-degree light slope marker. Yeah, I've been around in the internet quite some time. Hey, Tail West. It's not a bug. Cool. So let's say that we've got to go around or something. So push toga. I'm a lazy bastard, so I'm just going to let the autopilot do it, re-engage the autopilot right away again. Laps 20. Roll the speed up here above VT speed, so flaps up. I'm going to switch you over to FMS guidance and go to LNAV. Altitude select capture. Actually gear up. And we can actually go to. We're gonna be a little bit fast here, but never mind that. Santa Monica 160 radial. Where are we going around? Just because I can. Catley direct entry. Gonna be our missed approach hold here. What's it say for VNAV plan speed? Hold Catley at FAA speeds. What? It should be 200 knots. There you are. We would now try to target 200 knots. Now let's give it that. Or actually, I gotta re-engage VNAV here. Resume 200 knots. Landing is for chumps. Now let's see if it does the hold better than the default G1000. I hope so. So 200 knots, actually I'm going to roll out 20 degrees of flaps just to get the nose attitude a little bit lower, more comfortable for the passenger. If there are multiple passengers, or maybe just one. So with flaps 20, we can pretty much maintain almost a completely level attitude. Actually, at this speed and weight, we can. We've got to even a little bit nose low. Yes, we'll burn a little bit more fuel, but those golden parachutes just kick them out the back. Ran flew 41 hours. Well, he didn't fly for 41 hours straight. He flew 41. He flew the sim. He had the sim running for, I think, over 50 hours, and he flew 41 hours worth of flight time, but split up between, I think, like 5 flights or so, or more. We needed explain assistance. Gotta watch some of the BOD. But yeah, now it's gonna just sit in the hold and wait for us to make up our minds. Is there a fun little RNAV approach? Currently I don't have glide path guidance down to the runway implemented, but that's gonna come. GBAS quite well. How high can you get the nose without stalling? For most weights, or for most speeds, the stall angle of attack will be about 17 degrees. And that's clean wing. Important caveat. As soon as you start rolling out flaps, that maximum alpha is going to come right down. Hop over to Catalina. Oh man. You guys. Over to Catalina, you say? We could. Well, those got GLS approach 100% correct, but it's close, it seems. Could be. Challenger doesn't do GLS, so that kind of takes care of that. I forget if there were GBAS support. No, there isn't. Yeah, there isn't any GBAS support on the Challengers. Only SBAS. Sure, let's go to Catalina then. I am a slave to your desires. So AVX. And shall we do an approach, an instrument approach there, or just go direct and then sort of figure it out from there? Los Angeles. There's a VOR. Ooh, a VOR with a procedure term. Yeah, baby, that's totally. Pop over to PSP RMP Zulu 13 right. Yeah. KPSP, I remember that one. I was. What, you fly at CL650? Like tail west? Our flew GPS as our aircraft are not equipped for looking at the documents of right. Oh. RMP Zulu 13. Yeah, that one's fun. That one's got a bunch of curves on it. Yeah, let's do that one. Let's do PSP. So PSP, Palm Springs. How do we get there? So the approach starts at Fern. ESP burn. Is there some en route waypoint? I'll just go direct to Fern. Who gives a crap? Okay, PSP Zulu 13 via Fern. I'll just go direct from here. Good stuff. Rock and roll. V-speed's deselected. Yes, I'm aware. And the approach starts at what altitude? Fern is at 11. I know the mountains there go to about 13 should be safe. Now let's go to VNAV setup, and we'll put in a cruise altitude 13,000 feet. Execute. Yeah, with a light fuel load, she climbs rather steeply. And full power. Magenta circle there is for your next constraint, to meet the constraint. Champagne's gonna tip over. Yeah, this would be pretty uncomfortable. 280 knots, speed up. You'll notice it doesn't immediately go to level, because it's not stupid. It knows that being smooth is more important than being rapidly where you want to be. It's computed a new top of descent point, so that's all good. We're within deceleration range, really, of the altitudes there. It's the cabin VS. So the vertical speed of the cabin is actually limited, so it's constrained to 500 feet a minute climb, 300 feet a minute, or 400 feet a minute descent. Does it have vertical VS protection if you slow down too much? Yes, it does. Well, sort of. So if I roll down the speeds, you'll see what happens. 100 feet is minimum it'll let me select anyway. That's already beyond stall speed. I read the LR blog post about them exposing API for threading. Did that have much total written? I don't know, High Tune. Maybe, maybe not. I'm not really sure I'm going to be able to use whatever they're providing, because I've actually been thinking about literally pulling out most of the, for example, the FMCs themselves. They don't even have to run inside of the simulator's process context at all. I've been actually thinking about pulling them out into external processes and communicating over an internal network with them. And not even have them running in the sim's address space, which would basically mean there's no need for me to actually mess about with any explain threading API at all, for at least for certain parts. For some parts I do, because things like radio interactions and that kind of stuff, that you actually do have to talk to the simulator directly whenever you're manipulating simulator data refs or invoking commands. But the aircraft itself is actually pretty well isolated from the simulator, so there's only a few interfaces where we talk to the simulator. Other than that, we're in our own little world. It's just so far for debugging purposes, it's a little bit more convenient to have everything in a single address space. That way, you don't have, I don't have to mess about with a network interface for stopping the process, talking to the debugger, or that kind of stuff. So it's pulling the nose up, pulling the nose up. It's not going to lower. I think, Sam Patch, you were asking about whether it's going to go into vertical speed. It's not going to start lowering the nose. Instead, what it's going to go in, it'll start adding power. So it'll go and do this. So now it'll ignore whatever speeds I'm trying to set here via the speed bug. Well, really the speed bug should stop about there. But we'll ignore whatever I set here until I set it high enough to be above the AOA limit for the auto throttle. Already warning me that I'm coming close. This is the stall angle of attack cue. So when this touches your flight path vector, when you're gonna get a stall warning. Actually, coming out of the low speed regime here is a little bit precarious. You can't just gun the engines and go full juice, because it's going to go very, very high on the profile, because the autopilot literally right now has to pull a little bit even though it's fully nose up on trim, and basically you would outrun the autopilot's capability to push against the yoke. So we have to slowly increase power here. Once we get to about 180 knots, I can pretty much just unlock it and just let go for full power. We mostly care about the resources. Okay, let's go full juice. Full juice. Whee! We'll see that the autopilot actually has to push forward on the yoke at this point. Until it can get the trim back in, and the trim rate is fairly low for the autopilot. Cool. That was if you manually override throttles. Well, you get a stall, Andre. There's no... This is not an Airbus. There's no such thing as alpha floor. Nor does it start nosing over for you. Well, Sandpatch, just because this thing, all the little pieces of avionics in here are all running at their own pace. So yes, there's time delays and everything. Cool. How far are we from the top of descent? Not very far. VNAV cruise. VNAV descent 300, sure. Cool. Yes, McCam, as always. Terry City airing 429 buses. Oh, he didn't see that yet? Maybe he has. I'm pretty sure he has. Actually been thinking about making this a little bit more graphical so that you can actually like see the network topology, what's connected to what, rather than just reading the number of the device receivers, and basically kind of have to be familiar with what to look for here if you're not very familiar with it. Cool. Yeah, I can't wait until after release. I'm not sure many people are going to be nosing through all the databases. Actually, yeah, probably not, but it's really those kinds of features is what I'm building for people that are interested in it, not, you know, the gray mass. Honestly, the gray mass people don't really care. Most of them will not care about many things at the aircraft, so yeah. Nude C, Node C, jack set. Is that the missed approach point, or was the runway? 5 feet apart. NUDCI. Okay, I gotta check this because it's probably decoded the constraint incorrectly. APSP and NUDCI. You are an altitude constraint type of nothing at all. Okay. 2,900 feet or above, and that is the final as eject set. I'll have to check it. See the INS discussion we had a long time ago. What would happen if you're in the RNAV approach and you lose GPS? The obvious go around. Sidestep to capture the average INS value. It's fairly complicated SAM patch. So the FMSs will continue to apply corrections. So the way that this works is each of the FMSs applies its own set of correction parameters to all the IRS positions, kind of consistently down to the south. So the EPU value here, the estimated position uncertainty, is not going to jump up straight to, you know, some maximal value, some giant number. It's actually going to slowly start ticking up as the flight management computer starts losing faith in the computed position, or the corrected position, and it's all using a set of complicated Kalman filters. Pilsner should take a shot, and NITC should be 1713. Yeah, I need to check why it did that. So NUDCI at KPSP RNA13 Zulu. Is that the wrong out? But his FMS is already better than the real. Simple answer, it's very complex. Check the cross-track error. Lower required continue if it is higher go around. Yeah. So this will, if we do lose GPS, this will actually slowly start ticking up. It will try and continue using whatever radio correction nav aids are available to keep the EPU low. And even with something like only VOR DME corrections, it will actually keep it fairly low. You'd probably be able to do like 0.2, maybe even 0.3 EPU and lower, as long as the VOR is reasonably close in. Not too close, not too far. There are enough VORs. Took me a while, but I'm sure I could eventually get it to kick the bucket. Well, probably. I mean, okie doke. Be up here. Progress page. Burn. RMP-03 radar required. I'm going to roll down my pre-selector so that it's allowed to descend, and I'm going to roll it down to the final approach fixed altitude, which is JAXA 2900. There we go, 2900. And check what I didn't see there at the low altitude there. That was kind of weird. Break the wheel FMS. It's quite the pretzel up there. Goofing is even worse. The Boeing 787 EP actually increase this. Very weird bias between mix and GPS versus being saved. Yes, yeah. Yeah, don't spoof GPS, please. Don't be an asshole. So when we get to within a minute of the vertical deviation reaching the top of descent, we should get the path mode enunciated here. Bang. Ugh. 3 minutes to burn, which is to say probably about 2 minutes to top of descent. Wasak. Jackset. Come on, airplane, get us there. Actually, do we have speed constraints on here? Yeah, we do. Jevic 210. Well, what is your idea about deceleration there, mister? 2 minutes to burn. Gotta go. I'll have a good one, TLS. Feels like you're already on a train and interactive system. Have a safe one. Yeah, you too. See you later. The top of descent, 7.5 miles out. Well, it hasn't armed. There we go. Path is armed, so I'm just going to start a timer here just to check it. 1 minute ahead of time. Ahead of descent, and it should start decelerating now or soon. Hey Lee, welcome aboard. Wasak is in there. Anyway, yeah, we do have curved approach support. We see TOD. Yes, you do. We TOD. Okay. Okie doke. And 50 seconds. There we go. Repath. And it's going to start coming down. That's about a minute. It's never a 100% precise estimate. Good stuff. Only a 1.3 degree glide from Fern to Javik, so that's why it's kind of been driving a little bit fast here. The BAE launch for $75. Yeah, I saw it, but I don't own it, obviously. Not the custom FMS. Yes, yeah, it's a little bit disappointing. But we should be Fern 10,000 or 11,000. So as we pass through the turn bisector there, I would expect to see 10K on our altitude. Are we looking for vertical deviation? Good stuff. 40 feet high. Not too bad. It'll now start coming back up at us, so we're going to have to level or shallow out our descent. Passing above Beam Fern, 11,000 on the money. And it's now got to shallow out the descent here. Oof, one level very low. That's because of that very, very, very shallow descent from here to out of Javik. 210, 10,000 or above. Okay, so it's reeled it back in. Good stuff. Airplane, good job. And notice it does support all your cute little curved approaches and all that good stuff. So we'll actually follow this curve here exactly. If I put this over somewhere there, like this, and switch you over to HSI mode. I want this here, I want this there. That way you can actually watch it all happening in real time. There we go, 210 knots at Javik, 10,000 or above. So, got that constraint under control. 710, 210, 10,000, good stuff. And you'll see it started to twist around our CDI there. Cross track error 0.02 nautical miles, so essentially nothing. And it's driving it exactly through. I can put you over here. Damage depressurizing, good stuff. Less than 0.01 nautical miles of cross track error. Next one, Cuxit 210 and 7,100 or above. 7 feet from target, a little bit high actually. 10 feet. Good stuff. And you can see it's only doing about 11 degrees on the bank angle there because it doesn't need to do more. This is plenty enough to keep to the turn here. So that's all it has to pull. Slowly going around that turn there. In fact, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go, you can have that, and I'm going to just have this. Giving the ICAS over to the first officer's side. There. Perfect. Good stuff. Actually, it should go outside of there. Never mind that. I have to go back to make the pneumatics out of the Sperry autopilot work correctly. Ah, well, have a good one, Airfighter. See you later. Sync up the heading here. Doesn't do it automatically. Maintaining 210 there through the turn. And in fact, that's going to be our last speed constraint there. So after we clear that 210 constraint, it cucks it. We can go ahead and, I don't know, after, I don't know. See, so 7,000 or 10 or above. So Hopley is going to be the one actually that's going to be limiting us. Pretty sure. Yeah, 8,800 cucks it. Go. Sequence through perfectly on path, vertically and laterally. What I like to see. I don't need radios, so put this over here. Alright, we should do performance again, huh? Approach. ESP 15, 15 degrees, whatever. Send. VREF 124. And bang on the money in terms of path. Log page. Yep. Zero cross-track error. And essentially zero vertical error. Next leg. Yokel 7,000. So we were 7,100 at Hopley. We got that under control. And 6,000 at Wassac is going to be our limiting. Yeah, it's going to be the limiting constraint here, because after that the descent steepens up again, down to at 3 degrees again. So you need to put virtual test pilot in your resume. Maybe, who knows? 1 foot vertical error. Driving right on the money. V path. The 2,900 is our final descent altitude, and it's still keeping the constraints very nicely. 7,000 at Yokel or above. Gonna steepen up the descent a little bit after that. Wassac at 1.5 degrees down, 6,100 or above. $7,000, perfect on Yokel. Slightly steeper turn there. I'm going to start pulling the speed back here. Roll some flaps. I'm going to go a little bit high on the profile there. That's fine. Recapturing it. Good stuff. It's important to get enough drag out so that by the time you get to actually steep descent point, like after Wassac, it's going to go down at 3 degrees. So that's going to be pretty good rate of descent there. We want to make sure that we got enough to work with. And if we roll it up, oh, we still got a ways to go though. That almost flies itself. Yeah, pretty much. That's kind of the point, right? That's what an autopilot is for. So Wassac 6,000. And we'll meet that. Not a problem. We'll drive right on through 6,000 there. And you see these are all curved segments here, all the way around. Lace it, fix it, dex it, rejects it. Those are all curved segments, even this thing. Or radius to fixed legs. 6,000 at Wassac. And coming down. Cool. I went a little bit high there because the profile steepens up quite a bit. It'll get it back under control. It's important, that's why I rolled all the flaps out, so to make sure that I've got enough drag out on the airplane. We are down to 0.3 nautical mile RMP here. Required navigational performance, and we got plenty. We got 0.01 nautical miles of estimated position uncertainty. You'll see 2,900 is exactly at Jexit, so I'm gonna hit that right on the money. And before we get to Jexit, I'm gonna actually start final configuration there. So when we get to fix it, I guess we can go ahead and roll some flaps and start decelerating, which our VREF speed was 120 something. Let's check that quickly. Approach. Gotta check to make sure that doesn't do that. 120, 133 is gonna be our final speed here. There we go. Close enough. So can it only do an arc of a circle from fix to fix? Jet Jazz Junk, you an arc of a circle from fix to fix. Well, that's what an RF leg is defined as. That's literally what it's for. So yeah, I guess. Okay, 160. And final Jexit. 3,700, I think it fixed it. There's flaps 30. And let's go final speed. It was 123, so 133 I think we said. Alright, you mean like, well, it does do arcs on DMEs and that kind of stuff. Anything that is, it can do arcs in the FMS, basically, that's the idea. It doesn't care what the arc is referenced to. You can't have any wobbly line between fixes. That's, well, that's kind of how databases are defined. Okay, so it wants to level off here at 2,900. I'm gonna go to manual flight at this point. And normally you'd go to final approach here. Oh, come on. Well, that's how the database is defined, BitJazz Junkie. It's only based around arcs. Why did you ditch the LNAV? I don't know. I could have kept it. I have to first, there's still some bugs with the it letting me basically deviate from the vertical path, so it would have tried to keep me on VNAV and that kind of stuff. That's something I still gotta implement. Okay, manual speed. Place the thing on the thing. Line up the 3-degree marker with the pappies or bozzies or whatever. A little bit low. Correct that easily. Here's the nice thing about a conformal HUD, is you can actually use it for guidance, not just stuck to the glass like a piece of paper. It is conformal to the outside environment. There's 3-degree glide right onto the final, or right onto the touchdown zone. Now I just got to place the flight path vector over the runway, and that'll take care of everything else. I don't think I have my reversers armed. I don't have the hands available at this point. No problem. What's the bar under? That's the selected speed deviation. If you are slow, it'll extend below. That means you're below your selected speed. A little bit off to the side here. Yeah, I didn't have these guys on, so it wouldn't let me select reverse. And you do all your good piloting stuff. Yeah, it's pretty easy this way. Now let's just cut across this runway here. Pretend we got clearance. But you still gotta look. Display. Where are the shadows so smooth? Fixing the XP config. I really don't have any customizations on X-Plane at all. So leave the coding up to you. And the good piloting. Yes. Yes, Pancake King is definitely the one who is your Boca Racing. Thanks for the follow. Welcome aboard. We'll park it over somewhere here. I'm declaring this a taxi line that is suitable to be parked on or be run over. Or one stop like this. Okay, APU on bus, engines off bus, and good stuff. Leads off. And Ryan G87, thanks for the follow. Now I'll go to Catalina. No, now I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and then I'm gonna go to code. Yeah, we're gonna go and do some coding as well. Actually, we should have probably stowed these guys. You know, also these guys. Real pro here. Yep. Cool. These guys are going to come right back up as the engine's decelerated nothing. Well, have a good one, Bottle Rocket of Year. Feel free to stop by at any other time as well. Good stuff. Okay, I'll be back in 5 minutes. You guys go ahead and, I don't know, talk amongst yourselves. Cool. See you in 5 minutes. Rock and roll. Get this thing back on. Now, out of the simulator we go. I might just minimize this guy down here because he's not important at this time. Instead, what we're going to be looking at is the code and my notes. NUDCI is just marked as an essential waypoint. There's no altitude constraint. There is a DGP, so there is a path. Right. And it's marked as a type C waypoint. G is runway, C is fix. I think. ARAC. So waypoint type. Let's route qualifier for code 2. No, is this gonna be the section subsection, right? The section, there's country code, section and subsection. Section code E means airport, yes. Subsection code airport. C, terminal waypoint. Yes, okay. The NUDC, so that is just marking it as a terminal waypoint in the airport there. But here's how navigational databases work. I'm gonna pause this guy here. Let's see. Right, so this is how these works. So these work. So navigational database is subdivided into many sections because there's tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of things in there, right? So there's got to be actually some way to disambiguate between stuff. Normally, the waypoint names are only allowed to be up to 5 characters long. That is not enough, really, to construct reasonable waypoint identifiers and have them be actually somewhat unambiguous. So the navigational database is further subdivided into regions. So K2 is a region code. And then you have sections and subsections. K2 in this case is a piece of the United States. Really doesn't matter. Where it is in absolute terms, but what matters is that it is within that region. This name is pretty unique. It doesn't have to be super duper mega unique, but it has to be reasonably unique in that there is unlikely to be any kind of confusion. Furthermore, there might be things that have the same identifier. For example, you could have a DME, you could have a VOR and a DME station of the same name. And if you want to specify which one you're talking about, which actual, waypoint entry you're talking about, because it can differ. A DME has different parameters stored on it than a VOR, even if they're co-located. When they have the same name and the same region code, they're required to be co-located. So even though the position might be the same, other parameters might not be the same. So this section and subsection actually then define where inside it, or what type of thing that you're looking for within that region. So section codes are listed up here, and subsection codes are then relevant for the specific sections. So in this case, this would be NUDC K2 region, section P, which P section here is the airport section. So that means it's going to be somewhere relevant to a specific airport. And then we're going to go and look for subsection C in the airport section. So then we're going to go down here. Subsection code for airports, and C code here means terminal waypoints. Basically, that means look in your fixed database and look for a waypoint named NUDC in the K2 region, and it's going to be marked as a terminal waypoint at an airport. And there's lots of other stuff that this can be. All of these details are specified in a document, and they're specified in a document called, actually I don't have it here, it's over here, plugin systems doc, I think, no, source doc. No, it's right. Source PL21 doc source. There we go. It's all specified in this big old document called Airing 424. The specification. And this here thing specify exactly what sort of data goes where, what it means, how to use it, and blah de blah de blah de blah. And then there's record formats, even though explains database uses all the field definitions that are consistent with Airing 424, it does use a slightly different record format. So this would be a single line in a text file. Now these lines are slightly differently formatted. The fields are slightly reorganized. I don't know why Philip thought that was good. I don't think it's a very good idea, but whatever, he did it. So now we end up with that. That's our situation here. But you can see things like how to code all kinds of things. Blah, blah, K2 will be here. This is K2, K1, 3, 4, blah, 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 blah. So this is for the US, and then there are other regions outside of the US, obviously. Cool. So that's what I'm looking for here. NUDC, K2, blah, blah, blah. The other fields here have other meanings, obviously, and they can actually differ based on what sort of data that you're looking at or what sort of waypoint you're looking at. So in this case, these 4 characters here, immediately following the subsection code, specify descriptor codes. So descriptors are, they tell you all kinds of information. They tell you all kinds of information about the waypoint. So there's descriptor code 0. Well, they call them descriptor code 1, 2, 3, and 4. I just call them 0, 1, 2, and 3, just because I like counting from 0. So descriptor code 0, DC0, tells you what sort of thing that you're looking at. What is it? Is it an airport? Is it a heliport? Is it an NDB? Is it a VHF station? Whatever, you know. Then, so in this case, this is E, marked E as an essential waypoint on the procedure. So here, this is an essential waypoint on the procedure. Descriptor codes 1, 2, and 3 are empty, right? So these would be the other waypoints or the other information about that waypoint. But, and for example, we look at Jexit. So how did I know that that's the final approach fix? Well, that's because of this F here. That is descriptor code number 3, F, published database final approach fix, or published procedure database final approach fix. That basically means for the avionics, final approach fixes are special. You cannot alter their vertical constraints. You cannot change their altitude. You cannot, there are special sequencing criteria to go past the final approach fix. So you have to basically be coming in at a certain very narrow angle. You have to be at a certain altitude before it will sequence. Another requirement is that it will not, it will stop VNAV descent via the path function at the final approach altitude. So another thing is it will, even though this is an at or above, so plus 2,900 feet constraint, it will actually target to exactly hit 2,900 feet. That's for the path constructor for the VNAV. So that's how all of that works. Now, what I'm wondering is why it predicted that the NUDC, it basically starts the path construction. Path constructor has a lot of logic in it, so it tries to determine, because you can give it a partial flight plan, right? So you can give it a flight plan that only has a destination airport. You can give it a flight plan that has that is missing an approach, that'll literally just stop somewhere away from the airport, and then the path constructor has to sort of make up its mind about what to do with that. So when you let's see, so the path constructor will try and look through your flight plan and find a suitable starting point for the descent. If it does have a runway in there somewhere at the destination, it will start the descent or start the path construction at that point. So it'll take whatever the location is for that runway, or the runway threshold, and it'll take this as the elevation. Essentially, that's the database elevation for that waypoint. Plus, it'll add 50 feet for the threshold clearing height. And then it'll go backwards through your flight plan. So it'll step through NUDC, Jexit, Fixit, and look at all the sort of vertical constraints that are on here to find a sort of window through all of those constraints until it reaches your flight plan altitude or your cruise altitude. If it can't do that, it'll try and sort of figure something out, but it'll give you some sort of a descent path if it can. So next thing, some waypoints. You'll notice here, after the final approach fix, there's this set of parameters. So this is a vertical glide angle. On procedures that are RNAV based, it won't be on ILSs, which unfortunately there's no ILS there, but let's look at I25 left. ILS 25 left. Now, there is a VGP. There's a vertical glide path for the FMSs to sort of figure themselves out. But this doesn't have to be here on a conventional procedure. On an RNAV procedure, it will be there. That's basically telling the FMS whatever your idea is of how to get from from the final approach fix to the runway. Forget that. We're going to drive down at exactly 3.00 degrees, minus 3.00 degrees. Just omits the point because it's not necessary there. Another thing you'll notice over here, 302. What the hell's that? That's kind of a funny field. That's the certain procedures have RMP requirements. You would have noticed that initially, while we were driving down the approach here, it was saying RMP on the PFD there. It said RMP. So it would have said here RMP 1.00. That is basically just a default basically when it goes into an approach mode. But when it gets to certain procedures that require a higher integrity on the navigational performance, they will actually code that directly into the database. That's how the avionics knows about that. This 302 here is what specifies 0.3 nautical miles. And the way it works is these first two numbers are the first two decimal digits of the value, and then this is a negative exponent. So this is actually what's coded in there. 302 is 30 times 10 to the power of negative 2. In other words, it is 0.3. So it's 0 like that, and you shift this decimal point over to the left twice. So once, twice. That's how it codes the RMP value there. And because of the fact that it's a fairly flexible field, you can actually put anything there that you want. So they could very well code like, they could code in 102, which would be 0.1. They could code in 303, which would be actually 0.03 nautical miles. And that is, I think, the RMP requirement on certain GLS approaches that are designed for auto land. So automatic landings, they will have a required navigational performance of that little. Which is pretty high. That's about on the limit of, that's pretty close, getting close to the GPS limits. That's 55 meters, 95% probability. And typical GPS limits is about 0.01. So you're getting pretty close to the limits of what the GPS system even can do. So yeah, that's how the database works. Now to figure out why the hell the damn thing coded or figured out a 500-foot constraint there, I do have a method of debugging this. Since I don't hate myself, and I didn't code. Anybody there, by the way? Because I feel like I'm talking to myself. I've coded a little standalone utility here. We're there. Cool. I've coded a little standalone utility here for myself, which essentially is just a standalone flight plan debugger. So this just, if I run it, it looks like nothing, right? Nothing's there, but it's a command line flight plan constructor. So it takes it's essentially isolating all the algorithms that the FMS uses for path construction, and it just is running all of those in an external utility. This way, I can, for example, recreate the entire flight plan. So I could go ahead and we were flying from, let's just go ahead and put the destination PSP. So I'm going to say DPSP, destination Palm Springs, and it sort of recreates kind of like a flight plan page here, which you would see on the FMS. It even does a legs page. So we were flying to Palm Springs. We were taking the RNAV, the approach at destination, because you can also have approach at the origin point. Approach at destination is the RNAV 13 right Zulu. So it's R13 right dash Z. Actually, I think just like that. Yes. And right now it's only constructed it from without a transition. So it's just went from Wasak down to Lasiv and blah, blah, blah. So that all of the other points here are part of transition. So I have to tell it what sort of transition I want. So I have to, again, say approach destination, and I have to give it a transition period approach name. So Fern period R13 right Zulu. And this is the reason why this is coded like that is because that's how the approach appears in the database. This is what the avionics sees the approach as. The nice name that it gives you when you go into the airplane. So when you go to, you know, your depart page and depart arrive, Palm Springs. So all of this RMP Zulu 13 right, that's just a sort of nice translation that it's giving you for your benefit of the, you know, your usage utility. But this is actually the coded name of it. So I have to give it the coded name. I don't have to worry about uppercase, lowercase. I actually uppercase everything automatically. So there we go. There's our approach. You'll notice that there's no vertical constraints at this point because I have not actually given it a position for. So right now the flight plan constructor has no clue about where the aircraft is. So I'm going to say that, what was the coding there? I forgot the exact syntax. I think it's pause, or yes, pause Fern. So I'm going to say that I'm located at Fern, and I have to give it an altitude. So we are at Fern at 11,000. Run the path rebuild. Actually, it's starting. Right, we've already passed Fern. Why didn't it load the coded constraints, though? Huh. It needs a little bit more information for it to actually be able to function. So I'm going to say that we're coming in at 250 knots. It needs actually 3 parameters. It needs IAS, ground speed, and new track and ground track. So 250 knots, 300 knots ground speed, and we are tracking along 150. Okay, and so now it knows our position, and we are going to say that we're on ground flag 0. And let's see. It should have already loaded the R13 right Zulu. Should have loaded the constraints there for the altitudes. Why didn't you do that? So you see that now, since I've reloaded the approach, it saw that I was on the ground. It saw that I was in the air because I've set the ground flag to 0. That means I'm flying. And so the FMS in that case changes its behavior rather than just taking whatever the waypoints were in the FMS and just replacing them. When you are in the air, if replacing the waypoints or yanking them out of the flight plan would require that it remove whatever you're already flying, it'll actually first duplicate the waypoint exactly. Then it'll reinsert a direct from whatever you are at the current position to that waypoint. So basically just preserves whatever leg you were already on. And then it will reinsert everything afterwards with a discontinuity in between. So that is basically to avoid the airplane suddenly freaking out and starting to steer wherever. It'll keep tracking on the same leg that it was on already, in case you just hit, you perform the, in case you just perform the change and you didn't hit, and you immediately hit execute, but you didn't alter the flight plan, then it would, avoid freaking out. Okay, so figure out why the hell is not loading these vertical constraints. It should be. because they are there. Let's see. Let's go give it a cruise level. I'm going to say that we're going to be cruising at 13,000. Oh, it's probably just a bug in the debug print here. This should show the coded constraints, but it's not. I recognize that these are the correct altitudes. It actually, so these are the VNAV crossing altitudes. So you normally only see these when there isn't a coded constraint in the FMS. Here in the debugger, I can obviously show anything I want at any time. So I'm going to do that actually. So I want to simplify. This should not be a slash there. Now have a slash in there. Get rid of that. And so this is the descent length. Descent length is how the FMS understands when to actually start descending on a leg. So normally when this says -0, that's essentially -1 meter coded in there. That tells the FMS, hey, this leg, we want to be descending the whole way. Just make a straight line through that leg and descend all the way through that leg. And so that's what the FMS is going to do. Okay, well, we're going to descend the whole length of the leg. By contrast, in case we have a leg that is a partial descent, let's see. I'm going to go. I'm currently at 13,000 cruise altitude. So I'm going to go, I'm at Fern. Instead, I'm going to select another waypoint on here somewhere. Let's say we are at, get rid of this. Fern is there. So let's go to Dewey. So position Dewey at 13,000. Earth cruise level is 13,000. Let's finish this. I'm going to have to head out for a bit. So don't fall asleep. Have a good one. I understand completely. And then we're going to go leg direct, Fern. Or was it? Not leg direct. Leg direct leg. Yeah, leg direct leg. And it wants the indexes. So 1 and 0. So that tells the thing, hey, I want to go direct to this flight plan point. It'll construct a new direct from fix. It'll compute whatever path from my present position to there. And it does all this sort of funky stuff. And you'll notice now it's computed a descent length that is positive. So the whole leg from my direct position, Fern, is 9.4 nautical miles, but there is a descent length to Fern of 6.3. So that means my top of descent is 3.1 nautical miles from my present position down to Fern, and it's going to drive down after it gets to the top of descent at 3 degrees. You're basically seeing the innards of what the avionics does under the hood. It's just, it doesn't have a nice little CDU interface. This is more sort of raw in some sense, yeah. So why aren't you printing the altitude constraints correctly? Like altitude descriptor is not none. So I'm going to go break into the debugger, break at test.c 125, continue. And if we go in, hit leg, altitude descriptor is at or above. Yep. Flight plan, format altitude descriptor. Oh, I have put some debug here. FPL format, altitude constraint. Right. Bit of an idiot moment. So we'll go back up here. It's FPL utils.c and 104. Okay. What the hell? Constraint says 43. Altitude descriptor says. Oh, hang on, I'm probably passing in the wrong values. You're constrained. Test FPL, test.c. Right. So constrained altitude. There's descriptor altitude 1, altitude 2. FPL format altitude constraint. Flight plan, descriptor, altitude transition altitude. Oh, right, this is some old crusty code that needs to actually go away and die a flaming death, I think. FPL format altitude constraint. Right. I'm passing the wrong values. FPL constraint T. What the hell are you? See, there's so much code here. I'm forgetting what the hell with legs even these things even are. Okay, so delete the breakpoint. Right. And right, so we need to put in leg constraint type. Right. Okay, so like that, and then not the transition altitude. That's dumb. Just a bit of leftover crap from lives previous. Okay, and so I'm gonna start one of the neat things about this kind of an approach is are you planning on vertical nav debug window release product? Yes. All the debug windows I'm just going to keep, it doesn't hurt anything. And they're not obviously in the way. You have to kind of know where to click to actually get to it. So yes, absolutely, it will be there. APSP, approach, destination, R1 free ride Zulu. We're going to say that, actually, so from Fern. So now, the neat thing about this kind of a command line interface is I can just create batch commands of edits. So I can quickly recreate when there's a faulty scenario, when something's happened that's not right. So then we are at position, we said we were at position, do A, and we were at 13,000 feet. Where's my speed? Right. So speed 250, 300, heading of whatever, 120. On ground 0. Okay, and so now if I insert it like this, it should. There we go. So now it's coded correctly. Now I also got to tell it. I could tell it at any time. So perf cruise level 13,000. And once I do that, it should give us predictions. So see, before it didn't really know how to do anything. Now it's giving us an actual path prediction, how to get from point to point. And even better is I can go and origin delete. So that'll actually clear up the flight plan. And then I want to go and select leg direct 0 2-way. And then if I do this, I said origin delete. So not on ground. Okay, so I can go like make sure that I can actually delete it. So there we go. So this is what I wanted. More or less. Hang on. Or is it leg direct 0? It's route direct. Right. Route direct 0 D-way. Sorta. Ah, right. So there's no connection there. So all I now got to do is after I insert that, I'm gonna go route or leg delete 02. Right. So if I rerun this whole batch, now this is what I wanted. So we're direct D-way. Next one's going to be Fern, 9.7 nautical miles, 6.3 to descend. Good. Looking fun. And even better. Now, this kind of just text-based debug would be kind of annoying, right? So, can't see anything. But, dump 040, and dump 140, dump PNG. We can do this. Voila. we can look at it as we're editing the thing. So, for example, I could go, I list my legs here. I can go activate leg, burn. So I'm going to go activate leg 10. So now that guy's active. And if I can just go DF, it'll repaint it like a text adventure. Yes. And same thing. So activate leg. So this is essentially now me simulating what the flight plan manager's code inside of the FMS does as it's sequencing through waypoints. So now I activate JAVOC here. You'll see that this marker went down from burn down to JAVOC. And if I refresh my display, we progressed. And so on and so forth. I can sequence, I can activate leg 1, 2, DF. It's a little bit pissed off here. Shouldn't actually be drawing that line there. Huh, weird. Since I'm in a standalone function here, I can actually sequence back. And I can even do things like direct to legs. So it thinks that I'm still at due A because I haven't updated the position. Obviously, all this happens in real time in the airplane. So as you're flying, the actual avionics continuously sets up the flight plan. Okay, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. It continuously updates all that position data. And then it also does all the sequencing automatically for you. But this lets me quickly take a peek at what it's doing. So I can, for example, zoom in closer if I want to have it in more detail. You can see all these legs here are curves. And they're arc segments, to be more exact. Well, circular sections. Anyway, and you can even see the predicted path positions. So for instance, this is a limiting constraint, so 3,800, 4,400, 6,000, 7,000, but afterwards, Hopley isn't a limiting constraint. So constraints 7,100 or above, well, we're going to drive through 7,743 is the path prediction, so whatever. This is also not going to be a limited constraint, this is. So JAVOC, we are predicting at exactly 10,000, so that is exactly the coding constraint. And this is an exact constraint, so at that altitude, so there's no questions about what sort of altitude we're going to pass through there, and so on and so forth. And here is our NUDC. This is our patient. What the hell is wrong with you, mister? Why are you at 501 feet? So now to actually get to where I was trying to go. This is our vertical path solver. And since this is not actually continuously running the solver, it only runs it whenever I tell it or whenever I make a flight plan edit right here in the debugger. In the airplane, it actually runs it in about 1 second intervals, so that whenever you enter a change, it does not necessarily need to immediately notice when a change happens, so eventually it rebuilds the path using new data. Also helps with, for example, when you get a new flight plan transferred over from a different flight management computer, you'll actually rebuild a path on your own path, at your own pace. Cool. So here I can actually manually run the rebuild phase, rebuild operation. That's what the R command does. So just rebuild flight plan. So the good thing is I can now just go ahead and break into the debugger, say I want to stop at flight plan path.c 3010, refresh the source code. And so even though I can still look around here, as soon as I hit rebuild, it'll stop in the debugger and we can, well, hopefully I didn't do that here. Should have stopped here, why didn't you? If I break, oh right, I think. Perf cruise level is set. Perf cruise level is 13,000. Why didn't you stop here? Okay, Mr. Debugger, tell me. How do we exit out of there? Or is the debugger just being an asshole? Okay. For some reason it didn't stop on line 3010. Okay. Info break, delete, breakpoint number 2. So now we are looking at leg Jexit. Right. You'll notice that we're actually progressing backwards through the flight plan. I'm going to continue here, and what I want to do is I want to check guess descent end position. So this is the one actually I'm interested in. Break at FPL path line 2998. So 2998, continue, run a rebuild, and delete breakpoint 3. Okay, so inside of this function here, we're going to figure out where we're going to start, where we are going to start the descent calculation. So we're going to step inside of that function, and now we're actually looking at how it steps through this code here, line by line. Okay, so if we don't have, for example, if we don't have a destination airport set, then we're done. We cannot start a descent to nothing. So it does need an actual actual destination airport. Since we do have one, so if we go and have a look at FPL destination airport, there's something there, and I can have a look at the ICAO code, KPSB, and some other stuff like the reference point and all that other stuff. So for the time being, so initially we will say, in absence of any other information, we're going to start at the destination airport at the reference point, and its vertical position as well. So the reference point also includes an elevation, so this is in meters. All the avionics is metric internally. Threshold clearing height, leg pointer is the leg that we're going to start at. So find an approach. Find me an approach. Do we have an approach here? Anywhere? Anything? We have found something. And so there's an approach leg. Okay, sure. I'm sorry, route line. Route line would be the stuff that you have on the FPLN page. Yeah, it means it's a collection of legs. So we do have an approach. If we do have an approach procedure in there somewhere, we're going to look for if we can find the runway. Do we have a runway? Yes, we do. In fact, we can look at whatever is inside of that runway. So it's 13 right, blah, 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 blah. Good stuff. We're going to try and see if we can find a FAF, final approach fix. Did we find a FAF? We did. What's the name of it? Jexit. And so it started at the runway and it stepped back until it found something suitable for being a final approach fix, which it does by looking at the descriptor code. So if we have a runway, 2816, so now it's here. We have a runway, then we're actually start the descent at the runway threshold. And so in this case, the threshold elevation is 1374648, which if you want to have it in feet is that many feet, 450 feet. Then if it knows that the runway has a threshold clearing height, which in this case is 50 feet, it'll actually add that to the elevation. So it will not start the vertical descent computation at the threshold. It will actually start at where you would normally cross through the threshold on a landing. So it does have a threshold clearing height, so it'll go there. It'll store the threshold clearing height as well. We need it. Cool. If we have a FAF, final approach fix, we'll step through there. Good stuff. Oh, I think I know why I did that. Okay, cool. So these are just handling the other cases where we didn't find anything. If it didn't find anything, it'll also try to look for a star. And let's see. Right. So if it didn't find a star, it'll try to use the last leg of that star as the starting point for the vertical solution. And if it didn't find that either, it's going to try and look for a SID originating at the destination. Now, what the hell is that kind of a deal? Collins does allow you to select the SID for the destination airport and shove it into the flight plan. Now, it will appear at the very tail end of your flight plan. That is for in those few cases where you would want to use the SID to fly to a different airport. Now you have to then swap it out because you cannot substitute the origin airport on a Collins unit while you're flying. If you try that. If you try and change the origin of the flight plan, it'll just say no, not on ground, cannot change that. So you would fly the SID from the destination, and then you would go to wherever you want to go, and then you change the destination en route. But while you are anyway, so even though you can insert a SID at the tail end of the airport, the flight plan, if we do find a SID, we'll try and use the very first leg on that SID as a suitable, if it's suitable for the path descent construction. So we're basically looking somewhere in your flight plan. Is there something that looks like a destination we can actually fly to? So in this case, we found something, and in this case, the final approach fix name, or the leg here, would be Jexit. So we start the construction here at Jexit. And try and grab the next leg after Jexit to look at it. And so here's the problem. It thinks that this is going to be the runway. Somebody very smartly coded it in such a way that even though this is coded, Jexit is coded as the final approach fix, it is not actually the final approach fix. It's just sorta. So instead, I don't know, it sounds like they kind of try to have their cake and eat it too, because this is marked as the final approach fix, but it isn't actually the final approach fix. Your final approach, the last fix on the approach before the runway, is NUDC. Somebody thought that was going to be a smart idea. Anyway, so I love sort of coding, yeah. Because I mean, that's what you would rationally assume, right? Final approach fix is the final approach fix. Like it is what the name says it is. And in this case, it isn't. So we're gonna work around that. So it thinks that NUDC should be the runway. That's kind of my fault here for assuming that. Yeah, I see. It basically took whatever it thought it was going to be R elevation and shoved it into the next leg's altitude constrained or predicted vertical path. Yeah, that's dumb. So we assume that we do not have a null leg here. If else if next leg DC0 is not. So descriptor code 0 tells us what sort of thing it is that we're looking at, which descriptor code 0 is going to be, say, that's a runway waypoint. So if it's not a runway waypoint, you're looking at the most ugly part of FMS coding. This is the spaghetti. This is the spaghetti zone, I guess, in some sense. It's not the runway. Actually, let me think. We could start the descent, or we could start the... Yeah, through this. Yep. I have an idea. Well, they say it's the final approach fix, but I actually know better. So we're going to pretend find FAF. Find actual FAF. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do here. Well, I'm thinking. Because there is a vertical path constraint coded from here to here, or actually well, all along the way. So these do actually anchor our imagination or our interpretation of what the constraints should be, or what the altitude should be. So, thinking time. Could bridge a single constraint or a single intermediate leg there, I guess. Sorta. Rejects it to nutsy. That is a radius to fixed leg. Hmm. Kind of disconcerting that they're not giving us a vertical crossing constraint here. If they did, that'd be easy. Because that kind of anchor the path solver and it'd just be easy. But they didn't. So in that case, where are the other guys here? Guys up. Well, this is easy, right? Runway RNAV 131 left Yankee. Yeah, this one's easy because this one ends at the runway, and the one before it is immediately marked as the final approach fix. You get a nice altitude constraint there. All is well. This guy here, not so much. So, workarounds. Workaround time. What do we do here? Do we just extrapolate a single point? We could. Trouble is, what if this is a severely angled thing? I could estimate the leg length here with the curve in it. The radius to fix, it's gonna give us a radius. Right. It does make sense, right? So this is a yeah. How are these friggin' things coded again? Is this the radius? I think it is, right? Standby, as usual. I gotta refer to my own. Parse leg common. This is field, which one? It would be probably like 5 or 6 or something. More like 10. Right, so this is the RMP stuff. So that's here. A lot further down. Then there is so these are altitude descriptors. So that's V angle. That's field 28. 27, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So field 21 would be our distance or time. Yes, so that's leg length essentially. Yes, that makes sense. So 37, so 21, 20, 19, 18, 17. Field 17. Yeah, it's not used. What is this? And how do we actually construct the radius there? Can't some of you give me some... How did I design this thing? Oh, man. Oh, right. Here's the center fix. So it's defined by way of a center fix, which is CFWNT. So these are only required to be visible by the avionics, unless they are actually fixes that you would ever want to manually enter. You can, but you don't have to. They are terminal fixes. So let's see here. PC would be airport terminal fix. Center fix, WNT, WNM, WNF, WMN, whatever. So you'll notice that these look very unreadable. These are basically just guidance help thingies for the avionics. That's all they do. Oh, but they do define. Yes, so it's basically just a radius from whatever the previous point is here, JEXA, to here and here. So it's both are the same radius, obviously, but that's what they are. And the direction, so which direction do they curve? So is it this kind of a turn or the other way around? Is defined by the turn direction, which is here, left. So left turn obviously means counterclockwise. It means draw a counterclockwise turn from JEXA, and there's going to be an invisible point here somewhere, which we could look up by manually just punching in its identifier into SkyVector. That. And there it is. We got a Los Angeles. It's an invisible fix. It's normally not published, but it's there, and that serves as the center fix for that turn. How does it know the angle? The angle is pretty simple. It's just a direct angle from the center fix to both the starting fix and the ending fix. It doesn't need bounding radials. Now there's a different kind of leg type called an AF leg. This is an RF leg, so radius to fix. But there is an arc to fix AF leg type, and those are defined by way of a center fix. Well, it's more of a center navate, so it'd be coded up in here in this section, or these sections here. It's based around a navate and radials, and those would be encoded in different parts. So yes, those would be coded using radial and angles. This guy is a RF leg, a radius to fix, which means these are coded simply by way of geometric constructions from fixes to fixes. That's it. Nothing more complicated than that. Good. So we know the radius. That lets me figure out quite easily how much. Oh, even better actually. I'm pretty sure that this distance, coded distance, actually includes the turn. It's actually a correct construction here. Just from here to there. I don't have a tool on me to measure these distances. I'm pretty sure that these lengths are coded in the database include any kind of extra because of the curve here. So there's no need for trigonometry even. You gotta literally just look at the length. Yeah, I could. So yeah, the databases are constructed in such a way that essentially they pre-chew a lot of the stuff that you would have to normally do. So it's trying to deal with fairly dumb avionics. By dumb, I mean more like limited. Not really dumb in the sense that it's doing stupid stuff. It's more in the sense that much of the avionics computers that are designed to ingest this data have essentially the power of an 8088 Intel 8-bit computer. So right, rock and roll. So delete the constraint, the breakpoint, stop the debugger. Let's think about this. Path constructor. So instead of just flat out shoving in the altitude here, we could actually use a little bit of smarts. So if next leg leg DC3 is a runway. Where's my descriptor codes? DC0 actually is a runway waypoint. In that case, we can safely just assign its altitude. Otherwise, if next leg has a V angle that is less than 0, there'll be a descent leg. And next leg distance time is greater than 0. It has a positive length and a negative angle, meaning a descent. Then we can actually do the construction as well. Otherwise, we'll just leave it. So for next lag VNAV altitude is we'll just take the distance time. How's that coded, by the way? Distance time. Nautical miles or seconds. Okay, so we got to convert that over. So next leg dist time. You got to go nautical miles to meters, multiply by the sine of degrees to radians. Next leg V angle, and does it know? How does it know the angle? Let's code it in here, right there, part of the database. We do have a descent angle to that point. We can easily estimate its altitude. First we have to know our own altitude. We're gonna go and decode that. Decode descriptor code 3. Okay, so we gotta have a look at. We need one more condition here. So leg DC3 is descriptor code 3 published database final approach fix. Sorry. Oopsie daisy. Sorry. So anyway, as I was saying, so if we do know to the next point, we know that there's a descent angle, there's a distance, and the current leg, which we're looking at, is a final approach fix, and we've successfully decoded. Hey, thank you, evidence, please. That was just me. No, no, no. I'm sorry. I have so F10 on here is quit on the editor here, so I should normally use escape to quit the editor. And I also have F10 bound to mute myself in OBS, so accidentally must have hit that. Not thinking about it. Cool. Anyway, so we can define this, and otherwise, if we don't have a vertical, actually it should be a float, not a double float. And these guys need to be cruise speed up here. Sure. Perfect stuff. And we can easily recreate the entire flight plan. Just like that. Almost. Just like that. Never mind. We don't really care about that anyway. We were looking for just this part. So nutsy, nutsy, nutsy. And it says 1713, 1723. Excuse me? There's got to be something weird going on. 10 feet higher. Why do we say that it's 10 feet higher? And yeah, it's going to be full length ascent. That's fine. Or otherwise, we can just say next leg VNAV altitude is nothing. If we don't, if basically we can't solve it, we'll just ignore it and just call it a day. Because I mean, honestly, we can't even provide VNAV guidance beyond our final approach fix anyway. So who cares? But why are you doing something stupid there? No, it isn't. Or is it? DF. Okay, so it's trying to do something dumb here. Oh, okay. I did some delete stuff. Right. Okay. Rerun you again. I've got some stupid stuff in there. Yeah, I accidentally. These deletes are not supposed to be here. Right direct do a. Right direct do a. Invalid direct 2. Oh. Huh? Probably just because we don't have an origin waypoint. Doesn't matter. Don't need this. We don't need that. This is sufficient. Cool. Anyway, so we do have a solution. Why are you different by 13 feet? So Jack's at 2,900. Yes. I mean, I can do math. 2,900 minus convert to feet. So between 2,900 divided by 3.281. Or rather, how many feet in a nautical mile? 6076, right? Like that. So it's going to be the sine of 3 over 180 times 3.14159. It's enough pi. And 2,900 minus that. And it's 3.7 times that. Times, right, like that. Right, I can do math. Yeah, so it's minus 3 degrees at 3.7 miles. What the hell? It's got to be a precision thing. We might need to do the construction correctly. So just relying on this value here is not giving us enough precision. So we're ending up 10 feet high if we just rely on that number. Yeah. First this thing. Can I just grab the leg length here instead? We have the leg length stored in there. So break. Oh crap. Oh, never mind. Continue, quit, make. We run this and stuff like that. Cool. And so break at FPL path.c3012 to continue. Rebuild. Refresh the source code. Cool stuff. So next leg, do I have a length value in there? I do. This is coming from the lateral path solver. And so divide by 6076. Hang on, that'll be in feet. 18 divide by 185, 2.0. 3.74. Yeah. So it's just a rounding thing. So we could. So if we do have, so here's a trick. So next leg, length is greater than 0, or we have a distance time greater than 0. So we'll grab length is, if this is not 0, well, in that case, we'll just, so this is coming from the lateral path solver, which already did all the correct geometrical constructions to actually construct all these, you know, segments and all that good stuff. So whatever, we'll call it that. And otherwise, if we don't have that, we'll just grab the coded constraint inside of the database. Hopefully that's going to be there. Oh, we actually did check, so that's always going to be there. I'm not concerned about that. And then we are going to do this. So file test run, grab you, boom, and we are now 2 feet low. It'll be 1713. We're at 1711. Is it a curvature of the earth kind of deal? 2 feet off. Is that close enough for government work? I say yeah. Fuck it, I don't care anymore. What I could do just for funsies, I could test this. FPL segment get length. Next leg, segs main. I have that, or is seg get length? Seg get len. Yeah, sure, just for debugging purposes. Length is this crap. Length. And it needs a pointer. File test. I'm pretty sure it's going to be the same result. Yeah. It's essentially the segment length there. RCF files, supplies, CL650 government business. So approved. It's close enough. 2 feet. We're not going to pancake king this thing where we would be concerned about anything like this, really. As you saw, the avionics is happy when it flies to within about 100 feet of the vertical path. With all these sort of wobbliness in the vertical path and all that good stuff. I'm done. Right, and another thing. Right, and one more thing here. This is 496 for the runway. Let's have a look. So runway data is back over here. 13 right. Huh? It's a 45-foot threshold clearing height. See, that's one of those, another one of those annoying parts. We're gonna do it like this. I'm gonna make a new function here. So construct path after faf. What do we call this? Solve vertical path descent. Solve vertical path. Solve vertical path after faf. Right. So FPL next leg. And in here, we're going to use our little thinking hats. And also pause elevation. Static void. Solve vertical path descent after faf. Const FPL. Actually, now it's got to be a constant. FPL route leg. And I'm gonna grab a float here, and it's gonna be our end elevation, or I hope our pre-runway map doesn't trip it up. It shouldn't, because it'll see that the misapproach point is gonna be shorter. I mean, we can test it. We can test it on as many things as we want. That's the neat thing about this. That's the neat thing about this kind of standalone program is you don't have to go in the airplane and mess about with flying stuff and waste hours and hours and hours of time. You can just go and mess about with it. So while leg is not null, leg is FPL leg get next. Sure, yeah, FPL leg. So if this boy is a runway, if it is a runway waypoint, then we'll break, and we're done. And there's also another constraint here. If the leg is no longer a descent leg for the destination, then we're also break out of there. Leg altitude P pause, so end elevation. Descent end elevation. Sure, something like that. And so otherwise, it is something a little bit more creative. So if we do have a descent V angle, leg, blah, 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 blah. Right. So we'll go and go FPL route leg T previous leg. We'll do this after everything is done. Right. Yep. That's what we'll do. And I'm going to create a new thing here. And this is going to go after TC from the indication. This is going to go after everything is resolved, and it's going to go and put in the FAF, final approach fix, FAF, and no, that's not right. If FAF is not null, we'll go and do that. And so we'll save the FAF here if we get it. So we'll get a waypoint here, something. We don't know whether it's the final approach fix or not. So if leg DC3, okay, if leg is not null and leg DC3 is the final approach database, whatever, DC3 DB5, then we'll save it. We can actually revert back to it. Otherwise, it might get lost. Leg otherwise null. So we'll save the FAF. Save the FAF for post FAF path solution. Welcome back, Pancake King. So if we have Haverston here, good stuff, good stuff. So we'll go ahead. We won't modify the FAF anymore. Final approach fix. We won't care about this anymore. We don't need it. Right, and so FPL route leg T leg is FPL leg get next FPL FAF. We do have any legs following the final approach fix. Nothing is greater than DC3. Of course it isn't. It's just for us dumb people here. The database, so the runway should have a vertical constraint coded on it. Runway definitely should have a vertical constraint. So there we go. But even if it doesn't, we don't care. So we can grab the runway straight from the database. Right, neat. Cool. And so we'll go ahead and grab the destination runway info, which absolutely super duper must exist. That is not a possibility for it not to exist. We'll shove in the threshold elevation and be done with it. If this is not a descent leg, we are done here. If we have a blah, 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 blah. Okay, so previous. And not make this a const because that's going to mess us up. Previous leg is going to be the FAF here. Previous leg is leg, and then leg is going to be the next one after that. Cool, 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 cool. So if there is a V angle, angle of the dangle, and or leg has a coded length, and previous leg, actually we don't care about whether it's a FAF. All we care about is whether we have this valid altitude. So we have a valid VNAV altitude prediction. In that case, we can go ahead and use it for construction purposes. So length is going to be leg. Otherwise, it's going to be the coded data. Leg VNAV altitude is going to be the previous legs. So previous leg VNAV altitude multiplied by the sine of the descent angle here. Otherwise, we are done with constructions here. Otherwise, we cannot continue. So we have to have something that resembles, and we must have succeeded in this construction. So is valid altitude. This must have been a correct build. 3003. Do this. 3038. Leg. What are you raving about? Oh, right. It's under a separate field here. Yep, good stuff. 3170. And we actually don't need this anymore. 3013, and we don't need these anymore. Perfect. So, any luck, we now have it all the way down to the runway. So there's no speed constraint on the runway because you're gonna be stopped. If you don't take off on the runway, or you don't take over before we get to the runway, whatever. But actually, it seems that just for giggles here. Okay, so we come down here. That's the simulator. Wrong one. So break in here, FPL path.c, and line 2987, rerun you. So, do we actually have a leg length for you? We do. And we do have an angle for you, leg V angle. Yes, we do. And we do have a previous leg, VNAV out. So if we go plus, if we go 521, go 521, multiply or plus leg length of that, 0.6, whatever, times the sine of -3 over 180 times 3159. And what did I screw up? All right, it's just S here. The 150, which all of that multiplied by 3.281 is 495. Okay, so apparently it does not show the easy peasy. So we're gonna cancel this. We're gonna treat it like just any waypoint. Actually, we don't even have to do anything special for a runway. There we go. Screw this. As soon as we hit any waypoint, or in fact, we can even do this. So if it doesn't get classified as a descent waypoint, but it is classed or coded as being this approach point. Actually, the misapproach point is still part of the descent solution. So if leg DC3 is the misapproach point, and we're done here anyway. We're not going to continue the construction any further. It's going to be leg DC3. And now we should match exactly. So this is the coded constraint. This is what we have constructed. Good stuff. And we should be passing exactly. So this is now made the waypoint sit at the threshold clearing height, which for whatever reason at these guys is at 45 feet. I don't care. Good stuff. But behind the 650 intimidates me. Will I still be able to enjoy it? Don't have time to read through all the manuals. Sure. It flies. You can easily treat it like a big Cessna if you want to. You don't have to do anything special. 3.01. 3.000101010. Whatever. We are meeting all constraints here anyway, so who cares? 29, 38, so 302, 302, 4402, 6,000 at Wassac, 8,003 at Yokel. No constraint there. Hopley, Cuxit, 210 or less. Burn 11,000. Oh, hang on, I didn't. Yeah, I might need to do this. Let's just make a slightly less dumb solution. Yeah, so let's say Javik 11K still. Try to stay up there. Still cooks it. Is predicting 280 at Coxit. Whatever. This part of the prediction actually does not get used by the flight management system. Doesn't code any descent. No descent. 0, 0, 0. That's good. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Good. Cool. That seems about right. One thing I wanted to check here. For this, for these purposes, it's good enough. Yep. This will do. Yep. 13.3 nautical miles. 13.3 nautical miles computed. 5.9, 5.1. I say 5.2. 6.8. Gotta be a rounding thing. Whatever. Good, so we got that part resolved. Cool stuff. Anyway, so let's just shove it into the airplane. Unpause. And nice thing is, I can now just go rebuild, reload in the airplane. Blacks, not sure if there still are. Are you doing metric altitudes as well? Oh, well, metric altitudes, well, I'm limited by what the avionics does, right? So I can't really make up my own solutions. But the avionics do metric altitude for display purposes. So you can actually enable that under config and metric altitudes. So that'll give you your pre-selector and your current altitude and metric. But I can't make up my own design for showing altitudes in some different way. Weird and wrong shit. You can fly an airliner in the sim. You can fly this, yeah. Does it calculate the vertical path for the missed approach? It doesn't. Jazz Junkie. There was no. The missed approach has no target. Well, it doesn't have to have a target. So, not like for a missed approach, you now know that okay, I'm gonna only climb up to 3,000 feet. That's. You could modify it in such a way that you could do anything you want. Oh, right. Something I wanted to put in here. FPL. Leg VNAV. Set leg VNAV. Yes. Set leg VNAV. Speed. IAS. Set leg VNAV. Altitude. VPA. If leg DC3 is the well to the FAF, you can actually edit the FPA. That's fine. After the FAF, you can't. Right, so have a look. We can actually determine that I do have a function here. Leg is RFP final. Yeah, okay, so if you try to edit the FPA for a leg after, or leg is RMP final, FPL leg, we do need this now, const FPL. Check that the leg is there. Yeah, leg is RMP final, then you are not allowed to enter or alter that. FPL is delete. If leg is RMP final, PL leg, or leg DC3 is the DB-FAF, you are not allowed to delete any aspect of its vertical navigation parameters, so that'll be your FMS pop invalid entry. 2901. Right, it needs this. Good stuff. It'll basically block you from the final approach fix to the runway is kind of special in that if you try and mess with it, the airplane might guide very badly on the runway or not at all. So legs. So for debugging purposes, we're just going to go into a lovely direct to history function. We're going to go direct to Wasatch, sure, whatever. So this has now resequenced most of our final approach. Okay, so if I now go like this, invalid entry. I can delete the one before, not the one after. And this, invalid entry. Oh, can't do that. And enter speed. I think I can do that same thing for final approach. I can also enter a speed there. I just can't get rid of it afterwards. Could I enter something at the runway? Yes, I can. Invalid entry. Actually, it should not be invalid entry. It should be invalid delete. Yes. Invalid delete. Like set VNAV FPA. Good. Now, deleting the altitude constraint on an altitude constrained leg. That's a special level of dumb. But yeah, you could, I guess. We might actually just go ahead and stop you from doing that if you're looking at... limit is allowed. Oh, okay, so we do have this in here. Didn't have it in there. Okay, so don't delete altitude legs. In fact, you should probably not even be allowed to edit them. Let's see, altitude range. VNAV, this is for when there's no slant in there. That BPA, altitude range. That altitude or it's the FPL. Third FPL is not null. The final approach. Have a good one, Jazz Junkie. There's also a const FPL in here. Case 2832. No. 2939. FPL. More up here. FPL. Good stuff. Well, you can't edit this. And previously you could put in a different altitude here. 500 or above. Yeah, we can't let you edit a altitude constraint either. Because when it's done that way, it's kind of the point of not being editable. So altitude range, definitely not an altitude constraint. Definitely not here either. Good stuff. Reload. Cool. Yep. Okay, so I think we're pretty much there. So 900B. Good stuff. Well, let me do it over here. Good, 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 good. So I can enter a speed if I want. Sure. Trick is now I can't get rid of it. So be careful about what sort of modifications you make. Some of them cannot be undone. Or, well, removed anyway. Can there? Well, have a good one, Tiblax. I'm also going to wrap up this stream here. I hope you guys have had fun. We're gonna see what sort of happens from here. At least we got most of it, most of this interesting stuff out of the way. You saw it. It can steer. It cannot get lost. But at least that's kind of a positive there. Avoiding getting lost is kind of good. And yeah, FMS, VNAV, all that good stuff is coming along nicely. Hopefully not too long to be in your hands. So, see y'all folks. I'll talk to you later. I would love to show you the outsides, but I can't. You'll get a winglet. There's a winglet there. Okay. Have a good one. Talk to you later. See you on Discord. Take care. All love. And see you later, folks. Bye.